Call this meeting of the Town Council to order. If you would please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I have to count on those of you that are here, because Bill's not. He is live on the phone, to help me stay on track with the meeting, since usually he fills in for me. But Bill and Finley are both on telephone calls tonight because they're out of town or unavailable to be able to come to the meeting. Finley, we'll start with you. Are you alone or with somebody that you can identify?
I'm alone. I'm in Wellsville, New York, having to attend to family business.
Okay. And you can hear us, obviously.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. Bill Boyd, are you available to be part of this program?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman. I'm currently sitting by myself. I am able to hear all of the proceedings, and I unfortunately cannot make it tonight due to the fact that I am having a medical procedure done tomorrow, and as a consequence, I've been required by my doctor to quarantine 72 hours in advance of the procedure, so that's why I cannot be in attendance tonight.
Awesome.
But I'm prepared to participate, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, and the rest of us are here, so it counts for everybody. By way of announcements, the upcoming town council meetings, we expect to have a meeting on August 20th, which would be a regular town council meeting. Friday, August 21st, we're holding our annual retreat, a little bit late this year due to the COVID-19 interference and the delay of the election. It'll be held, it's our retreat goal session, held at Buckley's Great Stakes at 438 DW Highway from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Thursday, September 10th, and Thursday, September 24th are also regular meetings being held here. Eileen, did you have other announcements?
I have one.
Okay.
The Parks and Recreation Department and the Merrimack Lions Club invite you to join them this Friday, August 7th at 8 p.m. for the second free movie night of the summer. This year's movies will be held at Wasserman Park. Grab your blankets and your lawn chairs and join us for a fun and socially distant night out in the park to watch Toy Story 4. For questions, contact the Parks and Recreation Department at 882-1046. Thank you.
Okay. At this point, that brings us to comments from the press and public. So if anybody has any specific comments they'd like to make relative to this meeting, please go ahead and do so at this time. You can come up and sit at this desk, or you can stand at the mic. Seeing, you can talk about anything, preferably things that relative to council. If you want to talk about something that's on our agenda that's not a public hearing, now would be the time to bring it up. That you can talk about that now. Well, as soon as, if you leave it,
Okay.
There you go.
I'm one that always speaks, sorry. Linda Thoreau, Patton Road in Merrimack. I'm here mainly because of this Purple Heart proclamation that's going to be read today. My father served in World War II in the European theater, was wounded 3 times, Purple Heart. And that's why I'm here, to thank you for considering it and hopefully doing what you need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Richard Malone, a former member of the Watson Park Committee. I just wanted to speak about something else on the agenda
Sure.
later on.
Uh-huh.
I can wait.
No, now's a good time.
Okay. Well, I want to mention that back in 2006, the town organized a Watson Park committee, of which Jackie Flood was the chair, Harold Watson was the co-chair, Connie Kreider was on that committee, Ruth Rule, Mr. Nancy Harrington was on the committee, Dave McCrae was the town council representative. So just to give you an idea of the challenges that that committee had. And of that committee, only a few of us are still alive and actually have some history about the park. History is that I can't remember that there was much trouble. I remember it being crowded. I remember it going down to the beach, because there was a beach then. As some of you know, we took out the dam. All that sand that had been accumulating over 100 years washed down and made a beautiful sandy dam, easy to get to. Some of us tried to make a path that was unsuccessful at that time. Fast forward a few days ago, all of a sudden you see all this trash, and for unknown reasons to me, the town manager has decided that this should be on your agenda. Seems skipping over the law, which insists that first, two directors of the parks and the highway division recommend to you to close the park. So, speaking with the Watson family and myself, I guess I have no concept as to why you think you should close the park. I've been going in the last few days. Whatever the town's been doing, I mean, even the porta potties are clean. They have pictures of the porta potties. Never seen them so clean. Walk up to the trash can, got pictures going around. Fairly clean. People are getting the word. So I guess I have a hard time understanding, and would like to understand maybe during that session, why you even imagine you're going to close the park. I've been going down there, interviewing people, I guess you'd say. Oh, no, they're going to close the park. I've been coming here. One person said 20 years. I said, well, okay, a little exaggeration.
Maybe an exaggeration.
I said, we love this park. Another person, we love this park. I said, well, they are thinking they're going to close it. What? I said, well, why don't you come? Well, no one comes to these things. They're kind of boring. So,
Thanks.
but I'm here to say, I'd like to understand who asked you, Ellen, to open up this discussion anyway, because it's not up, well, I won't say it's not up to you, because that, my wife will say, oh, that's controversial, don't say that. But, I mean, who asked you to do that? Because it's really, well, it's not protocol, according to law 1 in 42. What else? It's clean. Look at the pictures. Last 2 days, whatever you guys have been doing has worked. So I'm just trying to understand that when that comes up, maybe I can have a little more to say at that time.
Thank you very much. And we will be discussing it later this evening, and I'm sure everybody will have an earful from that discussion. So, but I appreciate your pictures. I went down there this afternoon as well, and this afternoon it was nice and clean. This evening when I drove by, it was a lot more crowded. So I'm not sure what the situation is. Is anybody else wishing to address the council at this time? Seeing no one, we'll close the public comments. What I'd like to do, if people will bear with me, is move number 2 under new business forward to now, just because we've got some guests and we'd like to go ahead and take care of it. I think it's a fairly quick item that we can let some people move along with their lives. So if that's okay with the council, any voting we'll do tonight, by the way, will be by roll call, because we have people on phone calls. But number 2 under our agenda Under new business is the National Purple Heart Day, submitted by Town Councilor Barbara Healy, the Town Council to issue a proclamation designating April 7th, 2020 as Purple Heart Day. And we have a proclamation that's been presented. Unfortunately, I don't have copies for you, so you'll have to listen, and then we can decide whether we're going to move forward with this. The Town of Merrimack Town Council Proclamation, Purple Heart Day, August 7, 2020. Whereas the Purple Heart, originally known as the Badge of Military Merit, was established by General George Washington at his headquarters in Newburgh, New York, on August 7th of 1782, and whereas the contemporary Purple Heart is a combat decoration awarded to military members of the United States Armed Forces who are wounded as a result of action by a hostile force, and posthumously to the next of kin in the name of those who were killed in action or died from wounds received in action, and whereas veterans have paid the high price of freedom by leaving their families and communities and placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all, and whereas the Town of Merrimack has residents that have been awarded the Purple Heart for wounds received in combat or made the ultimate sacrifice, and whereas the citizens of the Town of Merrimack are honored to recognize all military members who have served or are currently serving in the United States Armed Forces, and are proud to dedicate August 7th as a special tribute to those brave service members who have received the Purple Heart. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Merrimack Town Council that August 7th annually shall be known, designated, and set aside as Purple Heart Day in the town of Merrimack, New Hampshire, and added to the town calendar. We urge the people and organizations of Merrimack to display the American flag as well as other public expressions of recognition of our Purple Heart recipients. Proclaimed this 6th day of August 2020 by the Merrimack Town Council. You want to move it? Moved by Barbara Healy to authorize the proclamation. Did you second? Seconded by Nancy. Does anybody want to speak to that? Barbara?
Basically, if you remember last November, December timeframe, we proclaimed Merrimack as a Purple Heart community. And so in that light, we should be very proud and honored to recognize our Purple Heart recipients within the town on tomorrow, the National Purple Heart Day.
Okay. I want to recognize in the audience we have Paul Roy, the commander of the VFW, Janet Foster, the quartermaster of the VFW, and Linda Thoreau, the treasurer and past president of the VFW Auxiliary. I hope I didn't miss anybody. I know there are other veterans and whatnot in the community here with us tonight. I don't know each of you individually, so we do appreciate the work that you've done, the sacrifices that you've made. Bill, I think we're getting a lot of background noise from you. Does anybody else have anything they want to say on this? Peter?
I just want to say thank you to our veterans, those present and those that are not, and especially our Purple Heart recipients. And to me, it's an honor to be able to vote for this, and I thank you all.
Okay. Finley or Bill, did you want to add anything?
Mr. Chairman,
I would just
echo
like to
the
reiterate what
sentiments
Peter
of my
said. I
colleagues. Thank
appreciate
you.
the sacrifices and service of all veterans.
Okay, Finley, I have to ask you to repeat that because you and Bill were both talking, so I should have called one of you at a time. So Finley,
Oh.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was just saying I agree with Peter that I truly appreciate the sacrifices and the service of all veterans, and I appreciate it, and I support fully of the proclamation.
Thank you. Bill?
As I was saying, Mr. Chairman, I certainly want to echo the sentiments that have been expressed by all my colleagues today and absolutely support the proclamation. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much. Why don't we call for a vote on that? The motion is to accept this proclamation and put it into the town calendar. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Roll call vote, huh? We'll start with you, Finley, because you're on the end.
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
I, yes. Lon Woods?
Would yea?
Bill Boyd?
Boyd, aye.
Nancy?
Yes.
and Barbara.
Yes.
That passes 7-0-0. So August 7th will be Purple Heart Day in Merrimack, and we very much appreciate the efforts of the various veterans and both deceased and living for their efforts. Thank you very much. So we've signed our proclamation, except the two that aren't here yet, and we'll make sure that they sign them and have that posted out. So thank you very much. Appreciate your coming.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Can we just make sure that goes out on our website as well? Thank you.
Yes. Okay?
You don't have to suffer through the rest of the meeting if you don't want to.
But you're welcome to stay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. And I'm honored to have you guys show up. Okay, that brings us to our first public hearing for the night. These are issues that we brought up at our last meeting. So public hearing number 1, consideration of changes to Chapter 181, Traffic and Special Event Management of the Merrimack Town Code. The Town Council will hold a public hearing to consider the acceptance of recommended changes to Chapter 181, Traffic and Special Event Management of the Merrimack Town Code, amending Section 181-05, Violations and Penalties pursuant to Charter Article 5. Oh, excuse me. And I have to go find out. So what we were amending, this article, if you'll recall, Traffic and Special Event Management was added recently, well, not recently, 8 years ago by the Town Council, and amended 3 years ago. But basically, it allows us to define an emergency situation and be able to control parking and foot traffic and things of that nature. We had originally set the parking violation fine at $25. The proposed change to the ordinance is to raise that to $75. We've had a lot of situations we've come across where people that come up from other places where parking for the day costs them $25 don't feel any problem with paying that in an emergency situation. And we need people to understand that when there's an emergency, we're serious. So we're looking to raise the violation fine from $25 to $75 for a parking violation in an emergency parking, no parking area. Does anybody in the council have any comments at this point? Nancy?
Just a clarifying question. This is the last public hearing, is that correct?
This is the public hearing, then we have to move it to a third reading.
Okay, that's the
And
clarification
that
I
will be the
needed.
final vote. So this is just the public hearing
Okay,
at this
so
point.
any motion would just be moving it forward to the final reading.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
That's all we're looking for at this
Yep.
point. Peter?
And again, we've got a few ordinances to be addressed here, but I mentioned at our last meeting on the first reading of this article that I know we've set ourselves to merge emergency exceptions, and we went through this whole process on Courier Road, and it was determined it wasn't an emergency. But to me, the issue on Courier Road and the surrounding neighborhood was a quality of life issue that was interfering with these folks. And I'm wondering if we can add that wording in before our final reading to this provision, to this article, only because I think we need to, and I get it, that the police and fire chief couldn't justify as an emergency. I respect that. So I really think that we don't need our hands tied going into the future when something like this arises. God forbid if it ever arises again, but if it does, I think maybe we should have that in there. Whatever, maybe we, in the course of the next 2 weeks, we get the official legal wording, but I think something that interferes with the quality of life of our residents, specifically a large group of our residents, like a neighborhood like this, I'd like to have a little more say in it to help them out early on. And I guess this is very clear now that when we do post these temporary no parking signs, Eileen, that they will be enforceable. Thank you. I don't know how the rest of the council feels about adding that wording. I'd be curious to know.
Eileen?
I'd just like to clarify something. You are correct in that as we talked about today, about the whole idea of, the police chief, the fire chief, and that is probably something that needs to be worked on, although I'm not sure it's here, because this is an emergency, under emergency
Well,
exceptions
it's also special events, which
and
is,
special events.
which
So,
is when,
so your point is taken. I just don't think it belongs in here. I will look into it for you as to where that might be. So, and I do want to say that we did collectively declare an emergency relative to those neighborhoods. But the emergency was that the fire truck couldn't get through, and the police department, through no fault of their own, really, from mine, did not know that the violations were in fact enforceable, but at $25. And it was miscommunication by me to them. So your point is well taken, but we're gonna have to find a different place for it.
Okay, thank you.
anybody else? Do you have something, Lon?
I'm very reluctant, Pete, Counselor Albert, to amend emergency exceptions. I understand what you're talking about. I'm not sure I could tell you what my quality of life versus yours might be at this point. I'm not going to get into that, but very reluctant to add it to this specific 18405.
81, but yeah.
Yeah, and I, at this point, listening, Eileen made a great point. You're right. It probably would be better served in another section of our codes if we decided to do something like that. Thanks.
Okay. Finley, did you have anything to add?
Nope, I'm all set. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Bill, do you have anything to add?
I'm good, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Did he say I agree, or?
He's good.
He's good, I'm sorry, thank you. So if there's nothing else, we'll open the public hearing to anybody that would like to comment on 181-05, changing the fee schedule from $25 for parking violation in an emergency or special event management situation from $25 to $75.
Time.
Like to speak. Charles LaFawn, 7 Linden Way. On that, I would like to say that beyond an emergency situation, I don't want anyone parking in front of my house. That isn't my guest, okay? If they show up at my house more than like 1 or 2 or 3 times and they're parking on my front lawn, I'm gonna have problems with that. And I would hope that the town would back me up. If you're not invited to my house, I don't expect you to come to my private residence and park on my lawn. I don't. And all those people down at Courier, I know they put up with a lot of it. I know there's some designated parking areas. But beyond the signs, I understand needing to put up signs. And I know a lot of the other things. But I just like to say, as a default, you're not allowed to park in my yard. If you want permission to park in my yard, you come and ask my permission, or the town can come and say, Mr. LaFawn, we'd like to authorize parking in your yard. And we can talk about it. I really don't understand what's going on right now. I know we've got a lot of pandemic stuff. I know we got a lot of other things going on. I know we got people raiding our parks. But, you know, there's some common sense here. It's like, you don't park in somebody's yard. You don't park up on the banks at Watson Park. When it gets out of control like that, I would expect somebody would come and back us up. You shouldn't have to draw pictures and create new laws. I think they're existing laws. But I will say this. I do back your fine increase. I do back all of that. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be an emergency or a special event. People shouldn't be parking on other people's yards. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any comments on 18105, raising the violation for parking violation in an emergency or special event situation from $25 to $75? Seeing none, I failed to, we opened the
was
public
7:30
hearing at about
7:30.
7:30. That's what I thought, thank you. And we'll close it at 7:33. Any other comments? Eileen?
The only thing that I want to say is that we have never been talking about allowing people to park on somebody's property or their lawn. What we're talking about is allowing people to, the streets of Merrimack belong to all the people. So if there is no parking sign on a public street in front of your home, then people can park there. They cannot park on your lawn, they cannot park on your property, but a public street that is paid for by all the people in Merrimack needs to have some kind of regulation in order for the law to be enforceable.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Nancy?
I'm ready to make a motion
Okay,
if the discussion's done. Okay, I'd like to move to accept the recommended changes to Chapter 181, Traffic and Special Event Management of the Merrimack Town Code, amending Section 181-05, violations and penalties pursuant to Charter Article 5.
and to move it to a third reading.
Correct. Move to third.
Second.
The motion's made by Nancy and seconded by Barbara. Does anybody have any comments on the motion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. We'll start with Finley
Yes.
and Peter.
Yes.
Tom, yes. Lon?
Would, Jay?
Uh,
Jay?
Bill?
Spade, aye.
Nancy?
Yes.
And Barbara?
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 7-0. We move this to a third reading at our next meeting with that situation. So that brings us to our second public hearing of the night, consideration of changes to Chapter 183, Vehicles and Traffic of the Merrimack Town Code. Town Council will hold a public hearing to consider the recommended changes to Chapter 183, Vehicles and Traffic, to revise the wording on Hadley Road to prohibit vehicles from parking on Hadley Road during school hours from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. on school days pursuant to Charter Article 5. And we talked about this last time and moved it forward. Eileen?
This is the one that I told you that Dawn had neglected to contact the abutters.
That's right.
She's in the middle of an intense MS4 all day, all intensive audit this week with EPA on the MS4, and she neglected to contact the individuals that would be affected in this neighborhood. So I ask that you postpone this public hearing until the next council meeting.
Okay,
can.
I'm gonna ask if there's anybody here that wanted to talk about this particular item. They could go ahead and do so at this point. Otherwise, because we had specifically asked for DPW to contact the individuals on Hadley Road specifically to let them know about this, and they didn't have the chance to do it, even though it was announced publicly. We're gonna go ahead and postpone this till the next meeting so that we can have the public comment, unless there was somebody that wanted to talk to it.
Bill, I think Bill.
Bill, did you want to talk to this one?
I read the chapter again, and the thought that I had going through my head is they're looking to prohibit parking during school hours from 7 to 3. But if school's canceled, then the kids aren't going to be parked there. So I would
Well,
suggest.
if school's
Go ahead.
canceled, there's no school hours.
I'm sorry, repeat that, please.
If school is canceled, there is no school hours for that day.
So wouldn't,
Okay, go ahead.
If the issue that DPW has is with plowing, wouldn't it, I mean, the question I would ask is, do we declare snow emergencies if and when the school has to cancel because of snow? Or is snow emergencies declared when it's anticipated that it's going to be above X number of inches or what have you? Because the thought that I had is, wouldn't language on the signs be better read as no parking during snow emergencies versus no parking during school hours?
I'm gonna let Eileen chime in on that.
Is it okay if we wait until Dawn is here and we have the public hearing? Did you hear me say that we're talking about pushing the public hearing off to the next meeting?
I did, Eileen. I just wanted my comment to be out there so that it would give you and DPW the opportunity to hear what my thought was, so that you would be prepared to have a response.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Peter?
I guess I thought if this was gonna go through, we'd have the public hearing tonight. We'd have one more hearing, and that would allow the school resource officer and everybody in the town to educate everybody about this new change before the school year. So that doesn't look like it's gonna happen till after school begins, but again, we're gonna be, I don't even know if parking is gonna be an issue this year because it's this hybrid educating program, so.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that we were unable to go forward, but I don't think we can reasonably go forward at this point. Because we had specifically requested that those people be contacted and they weren't. So technically, we haven't prepared for the public hearing. So,
Need a motion?
I need a motion to table this to our next meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Lon Woods and seconded by Peter to table this public hearing to our next meeting on the 20th of August. By roll call vote, Finley?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Tom, yes. Lon?
Woods, yea?
Nancy?
Yes.
And Barbara?
Yes.
That passes. Oh, Bill, I'm sorry. Bill?
That's okay, Mr. Chairman. Boyd, aye.
That passes 7-0-0. I knew there was only 6 in my count there, but, thank you, Nancy, I appreciate that.
That's all right.
So,
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm used to being the last get picked.
well, you're also really skinny tonight, so when you turn sideways, I can't see you.
And crunching on something, but not anymore.
And crunching on something, yes. Okay, so that brings us to our third public hearing tonight, which is a little bit different than the others because this is actually adopting the code so we can vote to accept it after the public hearing. Is that right?
Yes, I would suggest, I'm not sure what the protocol is for having a public hearing. I guess you could have the public hearing right now, but I would suggest that you not vote on the schedule
Until next
until
time.
you make, no, you can do it tonight,
Oh.
but you need to, only after you make decisions on
The other
the
items
other
that
ones
might be
related to the resident-only parking and to add those streets on one side of the street, because there's a fine for those particular things, particularly the
Residents only.
residents-only parking. So, so you know, the
Well,
public.
whether we instill that resident-only parking, this fee schedule could still be there in the event that we should ever in the future create a resident-only parking.
All right, whatever you
I
want.
mean, I don't think this requires the others. We don't have to change this based on what we do with the others, because they don't go anywhere. If there's nothing to be feed, then I think.
I just thought
But-
you didn't need any superfluous language if you didn't have it.
Okay.
That's just me.
So in any case, the public hearing is the discussion of the adoption of a parking fine schedule for Chapter 183 Vehicles and Traffic of the Merrimack Town Code. The town council will hold a public hearing to consider the adoption of a parking fine schedule for chapters 183, Vehicles and Traffic of the Merrimack Town Code. I just said that. We talked last time about being able to set up a separate sheet, which we talked about and showed people, a parking fine schedule to be associated with Town Code Chapter 183, but because it's not part of the town code, it doesn't require us to go through 3 readings in order to make a change to it. Whereas if it was part of the town code, anytime we wanted to adjust a number from $25 to $26, we'd have to go through 3 readings and whatnot. So this is the way we've been operating, but we were unsuccessful in finding that piece of paper, so we were operating under the understanding that there was a fine schedule. Now we're going to codify it, or at least ratify it within the town council meeting. So the public hearing is to talk about that schedule that we talked about at our last meeting. Anybody on the council have any further comments? Finley?
No, I'm all set.
Okay. Bill? Any further comments?
Yo, Bill.
We'll take that as a no.
No,
Well,
it's
you'd
on.
You'd still be able to hear him. So we'll open it up to the public at 3:44.
Bill got disconnected, I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh.
Chair.
Anybody from the public that wants to talk to us about this change?
Hello? The hand
High tech.
gestures help. No problem.
My bad, sorry, thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Bill. We're in the public hearing right now, and nobody has come up to talk to us. Did you have anything you wanted to add to the discussion on this?
No, I would like to hear feedback. Thank you.
There's been no feedback from the public on this, on adopting this parking fine schedule.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing at 7:45. Nancy?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to move to accept the adoption of the parking fine schedule for Chapter 183, Vehicles and Traffic of the Merrimack Town Code. And this goes to a third? Or is this the?
Doesn't have to go to a third.
Okay, so let's leave it.
Eileen was suggesting we might wait on that, but I don't think it makes a difference unless you want to change something in here.
No, that's fine. I think we've,
Second?
And motion was made by Nancy and seconded by Peter to go ahead and accept the parking fine schedule for the Town Code Chapter 183. Are there any other comments on that motion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. Finley?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Tom, yes. Lon?
Woods, no.
Nancy?
yes.
And Barbara?
Yes.
And Bill?
Floyd, aye.
Okay, so that passes 6-1-0 with Lon Woods in the negative. Town managers report.
I don't have a report tonight.
Okay, we have no consent agenda, so that brings us into old business. The first item under old business, just make sure I didn't have something else I wanted to cover. We did the Purple Heart Day. The first item under old business is the consideration of changes to Chapter 183, Vehicles and Traffic of the Merrimack Town Code, final reading. Town council to consider the acceptance of recommended changes to 183 Vehicles and Traffic of the Merrimack Town Code, resident-only parking pursuant to Charter Article 5. If you recall, we were adding section -24, resident-only parking. The following areas are designated as resident-only parking areas from May 15th to September 15th inclusive, with parking restricted to Merrimack residents, said residents to be identified by the Merrimack Transfer Station sticker or any other official decal designating Merrimack residency displayed on the vehicle that is available to town residents. And those streets are Birch Street, Courier Road, First Street, Hemlock Street, Pine Haven Drive, Sohegan Drive, and Tiffany Lane. Anybody have any comments or suggestions at this point? Peter?
You know, the last meeting regarding this, I asked about creating an exception, a guest exception. I've had a chance to talk with the town manager, and I believe Eileen has something to wording or something to that effect for us, to give us an option for that. I'd like to hear it.
I didn't prepare the exact wording, so we're gonna have to do that on the fly. But, and as I have said to all of you, I am opposed to this, but I didn't want, if this is what you desire to do, the reason why I'm opposed to it, as I've said before, is because I'm concerned that there'll be a lot of other neighborhoods coming forward with the same thing. We're running into neighborhoods around Watson Park that are having issues, and I've already had a request from them. So, again, this is probably my 5th time, so please bear with me. I just want to just give you that caveat before I make the suggestion. Police chief is also against it, but we have worked together to come up with some thoughts on how you might be able to do that. So the idea would be a laminated tag that goes on
Come
your
forth, Vanna White.
that goes on your the rear view mirror, and it would have a date on it, actually a year, so that it would be an annual parking sticker, resident parking. Each resident would be given 2 resident parking, what would you call it?
Hang tags.
And then, and they would not, my concern is that they'd start multiplying as people lose them, et cetera. And my thought would be that you get 2 for the year and you have to protect them by locking your car if you have, whatever. So my recommendation is, if you do this, that you do not reissue any lost stickers into hang tags until the following year. And was there anything else? Is there anything else? No. So that was what my thoughts were.
Peter?
I know you and I had discussed, and maybe I just missed it, but because I was reading, but that if a resident of this neighborhood should determine that, they're gonna have a graduation party or a birthday party, that they would, give 24 hours notice, and I guess you and I discussed, they would make a call to the police department and say, look, this is what's going on, I'm having a party, and I'll just throw an address out there, 3 Birch Street, and there's going to be 20 folks over there. With adequate notice, so the police department would be aware and so forth. So that way, we don't necessarily handcuff the folks that live in these neighborhoods. And to me, that's an acceptable alternative, that's an acceptable option as well to add to that. Absolutely.
Yes, I forgot to say that. My only thing is, again, it needs to be official. So you call the police department, you ask for temporary day passes for a day, and you let the police department know how many you need. They're official passes. They expire at the end of the day. So that, again, that was what Peter and I talked about, whether not sure if he agreed, but that's what my thoughts were.
That's what you heard.
No, that's what
That's what you said,
my
yep.
recommendation was.
Okay. Nancy?
I was thinking about this earlier as well, Pete. And one of the statements that I had toyed with, which might meet your request, is that in addition to the verbiage that's there, 2 guest I had placards, but you could put hanging, whatever. To be available upon request yearly for each resident on these designated streets from September 15th to May 15th. Okay, so there'll be 2 submitted. They have to ask for it. I don't think it's the police department's job to go out and solicit. If they want to have 2 placards, they apply for it, they receive it, and it will only be for those designated streets that we've already listed, and it will be within the time frame that's already listed as well.
One every year.
Annually, to be available upon request yearly for each resident. And that would have to be on the placard. And I would suggest on the placard too is the address of the person, of the house residents requiring it. So each placard should have like 2021, whatever the address is of the person requesting it, and 2 of them, and that's it. Hi.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming up.
I'm sure you're thrilled to be here.
Yeah. So as Eileen said, I'm adamantly opposed to it. When you were talking though, I just want to clarify, when someone, if we give a resident that lives in that neighborhood 2 placards, it's really a burden on us to have to issue those placards. Could those be like when someone registers their car, they get 2 placards instead
Yeah,
of the?
I didn't designate who you got them from.
All right, the temporary ones I
But
understand.
your point is well taken,
Okay.
and maybe that needs to be in it.
We already deal with dog licenses. That would be another.
We can just deal with that administratively.
Okay, I didn't know if that had to be like.
It's not gonna be in the
just before you
ordinance.
started volunteering us for.
I didn't volunteer you.
And
But it might have to do like at the same time as car registrations. I mean, that would, something like that. I don't know. But that could be determined later.
and what do you do if
But it's
somebody
not
who doesn't live in
specified.
that neighborhood wants to bring people over?
They don't. They can't because they have to live on these streets. They have 2 placards.
So,
Period.
and I'm not trying to argue with you, Nancy.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
I think.
I'm just trying to
bring
think
up
of
the
things.
questions now. Exactly. Good time.
And Eileen's probably going to be mad at me because I. So.
But those are the questions we need to hear because we may not have thought of them.
Well, I don't live in that neighborhood, but I want to enjoy a park that my taxes pay for.
But you're
Are
going
you
to
a
have a
Merrimack
transfer
resident?
station. You're already
But
gonna
what
have
if I have visitors to my I have 2
You
carloads?
lose.
Do we all
You
have
get
to
there
stuff in
early-
one car?
You
Yes,
get there early
you
enough
do.
to get into the parking lot.
I'm just totally throwing. Don't get mad at me. I'm just throwing. I'm just anticipating what we're going. I'm not going to do that. I'm anticipating what we're going to face when we
understand
give a
that.
ticket to somebody and they say, "Well, I have a transfer ticket, but they're my family and they came with me to the
Same
park."
thing as Wasserman. Same rules.
You have to be a
Yep.
resident.
But you can in Wasserman, and I'm totally making this more difficult. But in Wasserman, you can just have somebody in your car that lives in Merrimack
In your car.
in your car. But how do you know? So
Well, maybe we need to tighten up Wasserman.
No,
'Cause-
that is fine, because what happens is, when somebody comes in, they approach the person that's standing there, they ask, is there a resident of Merrimack in here? They need to actually prove that they're a resident, and they come in and park. They can't say, the next 3 cars are mine as well.
But I do understand, and that's where inconsistency creates a problem.
I'm going to walk away, Eileen.
No, that's okay,
But I think it's a point well taken.
I think that we have got to try and keep it as simple as possible. So what we're trying to do here, there's a parking lot for the residents and for anyone in right at Wildcat Falls. There's also street parking for Merrimack residents only. This is to accommodate for people who have very limited parking in their neighborhoods. The official nature of the hang tags and the day passes makes it less cumbersome for the police department to go and ask things. So if Denise's friend shows up and parks there, and he or she lives in another state,
It's a
they're
ticket.
gonna get a ticket.
No.
It doesn't matter, because
that's-
there's nobody to check to see if there's anyone in the
But
car.
that's the inconsistency that puts them in a situation asking that question.
It doesn't, because the thing is, all they're going to do is depend on the tags.
I understand that.
So if someone called the police department, is that what you're talking about? If
No,
they
I'm
call-
saying that it's a different rule for Wasserman, and that's what.
It is.
That's what creates inconsistency. And why don't we require those cars, just like on the street, to have a tag? They have to be able to we're saying to people in Merrimack, if you don't have a transfer tag and you park there, you're gonna get a ticket. Now, we'll look at the first ticket, all that kind of stuff, we already talked about that. But why is that rule not consistent with Wasserman? Why don't people who go to Wasserman have to have a tag?
They have to either have a transfer station, there's actually a person
I understand
stationed
that.
there. There's not gonna be somebody at the Babuzik Lake entrance there, stopping every car and saying, hey, is there a Merrimack resident in your car? It's
I'm just making a inconsistent
trying to
statement.
make it
That's all.
difficult.
Doing a
No.
good job.
I'm
I get it,
highlighting.
I get it, I get it.
I'm highlighting
She's
an
making it
inconsistency.
Finley's on the phone.
And it was brought in by our chief of police, you just want to note that.
Yes, I noted it as well. I've noted it.
Finley, you're up, buddy.
Thanks, Tom. This whole, after the public hearing, I was more confused than I was prior to the public hearing. I was hoping that would set my mind at ease with an outcome for this whole problem that the neighborhood's facing. I don't find that. At the public hearing, I had people who spoke of their concerns about not being able to host parties and, their small lots, short driveways and so on. And so for me, to make it even a residents-only parking situation, I'm having a hard time with that and will likely not support that tonight. I don't know what the answer is exactly, but I do believe we should probably increase the size of the parking lot. I think I'm relatively in favor of an attendant to be located there for the Saturday and Sunday in particular during this time. I also am hoping and do kind of believe that because of the pandemic, we're witnessing it this year more than before, and that my hope is that it will settle back down to kind of where it was before. But I think to expect the PD or the town clerk or any department to deal with guest tags and all the associated things that go with that, it really is cumbersome, at least. And many of our departments, when you call, town hall or you call community development, it often goes to a recording, and they do call you back pretty quickly as a rule. But that's because their staff is busy and working, and so we've run our budgets that way for a long time, keeping our departments lean as we can. So I just, if it could be simple, I'd be in favor, but I don't see it as simple. And I also am fearful, as Eileen had suggested earlier, about the ramifications to other neighborhoods, the precedent-setting things that we might be doing tonight, and how it will impact other areas, and what kind of a headache we might get ourselves into. So I wish it were a clear, easy answer, but I just don't see it.
And I wanted to add my comments to that before we go any further. I felt very similar as we walked into this originally. I talked to some of the neighbors, and they all seemed to think that Merrimack resident-only parking would be the answer to their dreams. But then the law of unintended consequences got in the way, and now we're starting to worry about guest passes and being unfair to one neighborhood versus another. And I'm getting just as many emails from people that don't want us to do this as do want us to do this. Or if we do this, we have to make these changes or these adjustments, and this department's got to do something for us, and we have to put this. And even though we've had people volunteer to make the placards for us and things of that nature, I don't think that solves the long-term problem. For any one given time, somebody could make them up, and we could number them, we could address them, we could do all kinds of things. But the amount of energy and willpower that would go into that seems to me to be extreme. So at this point, I don't even think I can vote for the resident-only parking. on these streets, just because I don't believe we should go forward with guest passes. I think it would open a can of worms and create problems that we've already started to see around Watson Park and other places. So just to let you guys know where I'm floating right now, I'm opposed to passing this ordinance. Peter, you wanted to add something?
Yeah,
You want-
thank you. And, you know, and I know where you and Finley are coming from, Tom. I guess I'd ask us all to think back to why we're here, what got us to here now. Because that neighborhood was a mess, and we heard from a lot of people, I know I did, that wanted some assistance.
Absolutely.
We we tried our best, and for the first, I'll tell you, I didn't want to be here. I didn't want to be here doing residents-only parking, but we tried several things, and we were told, we can't do this, we can't do that, we can't, you know, the temporary signs are unenforceable, we're strapped for manpower, all these different things, for all these different sources. I was kind of expecting more from the town, and it's become the burden of this council to try and have an answer here. And I think we've tried our best. You know, I don't want to put residents only parking in these neighborhoods for these people. I've heard both sides, but I don't want to see this mess again. And I would say that if you know, we're talking about a 4-month time slot, and I have no problem with if we come around to next spring and we're not experiencing the same thing. This isn't written in granite. We can have another meeting and take this out of our town code. And, you know, the spirit of this is to give the folks out there some relief. The other thing I'd say is, if we don't pass this tonight, then I want assurances from the town manager and the chief of police that if we open that park up and this mess occurs again, that those temporary no parking signs will go right out. And we'll have an officer there. And I don't care if we pay extra money to have an officer there at prime time, that tickets will be issued for people who are violating the law, people who grab the signs and throw them in the woods and park there anyways. I want to at least see that, because we've worked hard. I've seen a lot of people that, you know, have just reached out to me. I've gone down there several weekends, and it's a mess, and it affects their quality of life. And granted, there are some far-reaching branches of the Courier Road neighborhood who aren't as directly affected. But I can tell you right now, the majority of that neighborhood is affected by it. Am I happy we closed the park? No. Am I happy we're here tonight? No. But we're trying our best. And if you hear a little frustration, maybe emotion in my voice, it's because I would like to see this go away like everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Lon?
Yeah, I appreciate Peter's comments and his angst. I think we've pointed ourselves in the direction of not passing this. We've listened to ourselves, we've listened to the manager, we've listened to the police department, we've listened to the fire department, we've listened to residents. We leave a meeting on a Thursday. By Friday morning, our emails are lit up with, yeah, but, how about this? Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean that, you should do this. We're no further ahead than we were in, I think this came up at the last meeting in April. I'm not prepared to vote for it, thank you.
Barbara, do you want to say something? I'll go last. Oh, Bill.
Byron?
Yeah, you know, when we got all those letters a couple of weeks ago, we got 11 letters, 5 of which were against resident-only parking on the street, 6 of which were for resident-only parking on the street. But you know, when I think about it, what is the definition of resident? Because we haven't really said what a resident is. Is it a resident of that neighborhood, or is it a resident of the town of Merrimack? Because everyone in town pays to keep the streets open and to repair the streets. So technically, everyone in town has a right to park on those streets. But I also wonder, whether we go one way or the other, have we really solved the problem that really brought us here, other than the mess that was being created on the streets in the neighborhood here going to Wildcat Falls. The issue is that the emergency vehicles could not get through certain parts of the streets if there was double parking. So whether we give them, placards to put in their cars or not, can we still get those emergency vehicles through there? And that's the question I don't think we've really answered yet. Eileen, I default to you.
Well, first of all, the intention of this was for Merrimack residents only, not the neighborhood residents only. We're talking about the exceptions. We're talking about, the placards. We're talking about the residents of that neighborhood. That's a new concept that's been brought up tonight. The issue with the fire department, as Chief Dukes explained to you at the last meeting, that they will get through. There are plenty of neighborhoods that are tight. They will get through if there's an issue. The reason why, when we originally brought this up, we were trying to put our heads together to come up with a straight-face emergency reason to put no parking on one side to give them some relief for now. So I'm sure there are places where we could place no parking signs, where there's tight, bottlenecks or curves or things like that would address that. So I guess that's the answer to your question. Is that, yeah?
So that was clear that the intent was always for all Merrimack residents to be able to park there.
I think we need to clarify that
Well,
as to what the definition of resident
Well,
is.
remember we
Would-
did the plaque, remember we said the transfer station?
Mhm.
It's actually in it that says, identified by a Merrimack transfer station sticker or other official decal.
Okay.
Okay, so that covers your concern, I
Yeah.
think.
I still want it spelled out so that we are very clear, so that we
It
don't
is.
get into that resident by the neighborhood or resident by the town. And also, I ask, if we decide not to go with this tonight and not to vote for it, well, what do we do next? Because I want that park opened up again. But again, we haven't resolved anything. So the minute word on the street is out that Wildcat's open, we've got 2 parks that are getting overwhelmed. So just put that in the back of your mind as well.
So
Peter.
that leads me to what I had said earlier, and I'll ask Eileen this. If this doesn't pass, and we say, well, we're gonna open up Wildcat Falls in a couple weeks, and we do, and on Saturday and Sunday, the streets are jammed. The folks are complaining because, much like we heard from Mr. LaFond earlier, those folks don't want in front of their house all these cars parked. So based upon that, since we're back to square one, can we put out the temporary no parking signs, or are we gonna hear, geez, we can't do that because it's not an emergency?
Eileen?
I would like to respectfully take exception to the categorization that myself or the police department are trying to make this more difficult. The only ones who have actually prepared the ordinances or dealt with this, I've spent hours on it, as has the police chief. We've also spent hours down at Wildcat Falls patrolling. We have people there we've had people there every weekend, even now that it's closed. So I just, the police department has always been, as you know, Peter, very customer service oriented, but they're not magicians. They also can't enforce laws that don't exist. So I personally am willing to put up temporary emergency signs for the fire trucks. if we open it up, but all that does is it prevents people from parking on one side. And one of the things that occurred was some of the residents were taking the signs out off of their lawns and throwing them in the street. So it's not like it's the police department is going down there and being not helpful. They're very helpful. They've been yelled at and they've been treated badly by some people. I just, it's a bad situation. It's bad down at Watson Park. There are things going on in this town and around, from what I understand, around the country with the pandemic, that people are just going crazy and doing things that you would never expect. So there is not a good solution to this. I have an opinion and I've given it. But at the same time, I have offered you suggestions and methods by which you can do what you want. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
Nancy? I'll get back to you.
I have changed my mind over time as well, from the very beginning. And I've come to the following conclusion. First of all, I don't like a lot of government. Anytime you get involved, it's like, do what you can not to get involved. Because that's the best place the government should be, not involved. But we also have to respond to necessities that arrive within the community. And this certainly was one of them. Lon, I do understand your concern about, and I know you've verbalized it a couple of times, about we're no further ahead, right? We've talked a lot, we've done nothing.
Further behind.
And I respectfully disagree with you, because I think there's been considerations, there's been discussions over these public hearings related to doing that, and we have to come up to a decision. So we will be making a decision soon. And this is the way I feel about it. I don't like it, but this is the way I feel. I think we do have to do the one-side parking, because I don't want to wait until an emergency happens and, we talked about it, but we didn't do it. And we found out later we should have done it one side because the fire truck can't get through. To me, I'd rather err on the side of safety. So let's keep it one side. When the parking lot gets full, in the future, we can talk about enlarging it, but we're talking about a situation right now. When the parking lot's full, there will be layover, and I want to open Wildcat too, which is one of my motivations. Okay, so when it's full, you go out to the street. Shouldn't Merrimack residents have priority on that overflow? That's why I think residents, Merrimack residents only, as determined by the transfer station, the stickers or decals, will help designate it. Is it an extra piece the police department has to do? Yes, it is. But unfortunately, I think it's part of the price we have to pay to be able to help assist the community and put in some regional boundaries. Initially, I didn't like the visitors, Eileen, as you said. On the other hand, I also think it's unreasonable to think that you can't have visitors at your house. I mean, it's not like, it's a neighborhood. So to me, having some mechanism by which you can have a couple of visitors, which will happen how often, who knows. Is it an extra step for the police? Absolutely. But the point is, if we don't pass this, we are literally in step one, and are we ready to open up Wildcat Falls, or are we just gonna keep it closed because we can't make a decision? So that's where I stand. I'm in favor of it. I don't wanna have to do it. I resent the fact that we have to do it. But I'm willing to make the decision, and as you said, Pete, in the future, if circumstances change, I'm very receptive. But I think there's been a lot of discussion. I think we've addressed the concerns the neighbors have. We know that there are residents that want to get in there, and I want them to be able to get in there. And this is about all we can do. So to me, I support with the addition of the placards. And I may lose, but at least that's the way I feel about it. So there.
Peter, did you want to add something?
Yes. First of all, I'm not not if you directed that at me, I'm not categorizing you or the police department. And I'm not saying you didn't do your jobs or anything like that. But I am questioning what we're gonna do on the next step if we don't pass this. And I'm sorry if people take offense, if they're questioned on things, but that's what I was voted in to do, is to question some things and to raise issues sometimes. Don't do it too frequently. To that point, I take exception that you'd call me out on something like that, because I did no such thing. Second of all, actually, I'm just gonna leave it at that at this point. I've said enough on it. Thank you.
Do you want to ask? No?
Bill, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I was trying to jot down notes off the top of my head, and I apologize. But yeah, I do have a quick question before I make a comment to Eileen or the chief, if possible. At the loop that we know as Courier Road, Hemlock Street, and Fir Street, what do they call the road that's on the back end by the entrance? Is that considered a part of Courier Road, or is that the beginning of Hemlock?
Beginning of Hemlock.
Okay. I guess for me, I concur with Nancy's idea of, well, let me backstep. I started in April having kind of something etched in my mind as to what I want to accomplish. And as I've engaged the neighbors and have read their emails and I've listened to the testimonies like all of you, I've kind of pivoted away from my original thought in search of trying to fix the problem, because I view my job as a town council as a problem solver. And to me, any problem can be fixed. I've been confounded by the level of, or the lack of, let me rephrase that, the lack of consensus in the neighborhood. And I'm not blaming the neighborhood. It's just, you have close to 70 houses that live in that neighborhood. You could potentially have 70 different opinions at what needs to be down there. And I was hoping that some type of consensus in the neighborhood would emerge, and regretfully, it hasn't. And I do accept that. I'm certainly empathetic to the idea that, if they have friends and family over for any type of gatherings, I think there's an expectation that they should be able to utilize the streets to park their cars. I understand that, and I certainly get that. So coming back to where my original train of thought was, I concur with Councilor Harrington in part that there at least needs to be one side of the street with no parking and another side of the street with parking, because emergency apparatus need to be able to get in and get out. The flip of the coin is I would encourage looking at that portion of Hemlock Street that's perpendicular to the entrance to Wildcat Falls, and really considering no parking on both sides of the street strictly from an emergency apparatus perspective. Because I think navigating that turn, coming down Courier Drive, for any type of vehicle to navigate that turn, and somebody is parked there, and I'm mindful of some of the comments that Chief Roy made at our last meeting regarding stop signs being at that particular location and parking nearing stop signs at that location. I'm wondering if the neighborhood would be better served, and our emergency personnel being better served, by having that section of Hemlock Street being no parking. That being said, I do concur with most of my colleagues, and I'm inclined not to support the consideration to revise Chapter 183 tonight, based on a lot of stuff that we've heard in my colleagues' testimonies. I don't find it prudent. But as far as there being a short-term solution, I still think, at least through September 15th, and I'm just picking a date off the top of my head, I really think we need to consider keeping Wildcat Falls closed until that particular period of time, and then consider reopening, doing some type of a soft reopening of Wildcat Falls in that particular month, because I think it would allow us as a community, I mean, we're already paying for a DPW person or for a Parks and Recs person to be down there. Maybe there's an opportunity to do some data collection in terms of, and I know that we've advertised that it's temporarily closed, but there's still traffic being driven down there. So I would be curious to know the level of traffic that's still coming down that street. And then the one last thing, and it's just for thought for the future, something for Eileen and Kyle to consider, is the concern that the neighbors have had with the level of speed on Courier Road. And I'm wondering, and I have not mentioned this to some of the neighbors that I've spoken with, so it might come as a surprise to them. But again, it's just, it's off the top of my head thinking that whether or not there's an opportunity to create some traffic calming on Courier Road so that, when they see that particular calming, it could be a speed bump, it could be a road depression, it could be something similar along those particular designs that would get people that are driving into the neighborhood it's a way to regulate their speed, because if they don't, their car suspension's going to let them know about that. So I'm not sure whether or not it would be feasible, but I really think, separate to this particular conversation regarding residents only, it's something that we need to consider of what we can do to better improve the concerns that have happened this past year in the Courier Road neighborhood, and obviously our Wildcat Falls conservation area. So I will leave it at that. And like I said, some of the stuff that I brought up tonight, and again, I do apologize. It is kind of off the top of my head, but I certainly wanted to throw it out there, if anything, to have a discussion. And the one last point is, I think even if we do vote against this, I think people that have been paying attention to this issue at least can step back and say that we have given this an honest vetting. And I think we've looked at this issue from all different particular angles. So I certainly, while we've expended a lot of time and energy, and we've taxed Eileen and Paul and her team on providing us with information, I still think at the end of the day, we put a lot of, and even though we may not have come up with a resolution, I still think we did some good work on this to be able to arrive at a decision that, we still need to figure out what we can do to solve it. And I'm not sure we're ever going to solve it, but I do like to think that we really have left a lot of stones unturned on this. So I certainly appreciate everybody's time for listening to me, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Bill.
May I ask?
Yes.
So, Bill, are you yay or nay for the recommendation?
Unless somebody chooses to go one side no parking and one side parking.
That's the different resolution.
That is but that's the next resolution, to do it one side.
Right.
Right. So as I said, my inclination is I will be more than likely voting against this.
Against
I
Merrimack.
think it just.
I wasn't clear, that's all. Thank you.
I apologize, Nancy.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
I'm thinking. I guess I want to understand where people want to be. The concept's been brought out to potentially create guest passes. I think if we decide we want to create guest passes, we need to send this back for another public hearing. Personally, I don't think we can make that substantial a change without hearing further from the public on whether that's sufficient.
But
We got a letter today from 14 residents saying that they were in opposition to this article. So I know you read off 5 and 6 from time before, but we've gotten more letters since then, and this last one was signed by 14 residents.
Did that just arrive?
It came in this afternoon.
I was gonna say, I didn't see
Tiffany
it.
Cross.
Yeah.
And it had a long list of residents that were opposed to this option.
Okay, so if there
That's
is.
just my thought.
Well, I just need clarification. So if there is an addition of language having to do with guest visitors, do we start the whole thing over again in terms of public hearings?
Eileen?
I believe that the last one that I talked to you about had to do with a fine, and that's why it was substantive. Adding the guest passes probably would not. And I think that that's just kicking the can down the road. You're not gonna get any new answers than you've gotten now. Most of the people that are in favor of it are in favor of gas passes, and those that are against it are against it. And then there's, we got something from someone the other day talking about the diminution of real estate values because of all the signs. So.
And I'm not trying to pick an argument at all. I'm just suggesting that if we wanted to consider this to be a first reading of a changed ordinance, we could go to a public hearing, which would be our second reading next time. So it wouldn't be completely back to square one, but I would suggest maybe we'd want to go back.
With all due respect, by the time this gets done, it will be September 15th. When it'll be moot.
I fully understand, and the park's not open, and nobody's talking about opening it tonight. So
Right.
we
Which
haven't
will-
changed or hurt or lost anything particularly at this point.
Well, it's gonna keep the park closed until whenever we come to a decision.
If this goes down, I'm not ready to open the park before the 15th either, so
Okay, so-
you know,
That's part of the decision.
I'm just trying to see where people want to stand with this.
Okay.
If you think that we could make changes tonight that would not be substantial enough, and you want to go ahead and and pass it as tonight, because we've already had a public hearing, you guys can do that too. I'm just expressing an opinion, looking for feedback.
Pete, you want
I'm sorry, Nancy?
you had your hand raised.
Yeah, my fears are the same as yours, Nancy. That it's, we've kind of pushed this off. I don't know, is the wording so extreme that we can't put together the wording tonight on this?
Personally, I'm sorry, I'm talking out of.
I'm sorry?
I don't think we know the answer to that, so we have to come up with a solution. Peter, Barbara, did you have something you were trying to say?
So, whatever letter you're referring to was not something I saw when I last checked my email about 4 p.m. So, when all of these folks said that what were they exactly against? Were they against the one-sided parking, residents only, placards for visitors? What were they against precisely? And did they offer any alternative solutions?
In my personal opinion, nobody's offered reasonable alternative solutions. There have been people that have offered solutions. I thought that they were unreasonable because they said make the parking lot Merrimack only, which we've decided we can't do. They've decided several different things, issuing day passes for $4 for 2 hours, or whether that's Watson Park or here or where, I don't know. But this letter that I referred to came in at 4:32 this afternoon from labeled Courier Road Neighborhood and signed by Tiffany Cross with the names of 14 residents listed at the bottom in
432.
cahoots. Starts out, we were writing to you again regarding our strong opposition to both ordinance changes to make all the roads in Courier Road Neighborhood and lists them all, resident parking only. We empathize with and support our neighbors on the lower loop and on Courier Road who are impacted the most by the traffic and inconsiderate behavior of those visiting the conservation area. However, once open, these ordinances change will not stop the traffic or the misuse of the trails, as out-of-town visitors can still park in the lot. as it was made very clear that the allowances for guests are not a consideration for compromise. We would like to reiterate that we as a group are asking you to please vote no on these ordinance changes. We ask you take into consideration the unfair restrictions they put on us as residents of the neighborhood, the difficulty they may make for us to sell our properties or property value decrease, not to mention the unsightly signs in our neighborhood. We feel most of the problems will not be solved by the residents-only parking ordinance. As Watson Park has shown us, once Wildcat Falls is open, many of the problems will resume with or without the ordinance changes. Signed by Helen Cross, Martha Bailey, Jean and Tom Doucette, Cheryl and Mark Bailey, Dawn Ward, Patricia Worthen, Shane Bishop, Kyle and Lauren Bristol, Dan and Abigail Bergman, Diane and Lance Simmons, Lana Levesque and Kenneth Lowe, Tara and Elijah McKinney, Al Lewis, John and Pat Quino, and Dave Grinnells, from anywhere from Pine Haven Drive, Tiffany Lane, Birch Street, Sahegan Drive. It lists all of their, and it was sent to all of us, so I would hope you received it.
I've
Chair.
noticed mine.
Okay. So it sounds to me like they're in favor of guest passes, but it's not clear that that would solve all their problems. And it's not clear to me that a lot of the letters that I got, they're happy with the concept of the number of signs that have to go out. The number of signs is required by law in order to make it legal and be able to ticket people for illegal parking. If we don't put the signs up, we can't stand up in court saying that you were told that it was illegal to park there. You know, so we're twixt in between, and I don't know how to resolve the issue at this point. Maybe someone can come up with a real solution. I'm not there. Lon?
All of which brings me back to where I'm still stuck.
I get it.
Let's just make a decision.
Well, okay, so I'm not hearing any motions one way or the other. At the moment, we have a motion, we have an ordinance that we brought forward from public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion. I'd make a motion that we move forward with the non-resident parking areas as prescribed in 183-24, as well as include an amendment that residents will be allowed 2 guest placards to be issued by the town of Merrimack, and that they will be allowed to have further guests for parking at their residence should they be having some type of event, by giving the police department 24 hours notice and I'm sorry? Yeah, and in issuing a day pass, thank you.
Second.
A motion was made to move the, to accept the consideration of changes to Chapter 183, Vehicles and Traffic of the Merrimack Town Code, final reading for Section 183-24A, with the addition of residents in this neighborhood on these streets being allowed to request 2 guest placards annually. I'm going to put my own words in them, so
Thank you.
clean it up as necessary, but 2 guest passes to be issued annually
Upon request.
upon request, and that they might be able to contact the police department 24 hours in advance if they believe that they need special day guest passes for a large event, up to any limit or unlimited number of day passes. It was unlimited in the description.
Don't even put a number in.
I mean, they have,
Leave it unaddressed.
leave it unaddressed. Okay. And those would be official one-day guest passes issued by the police department after 24 hours advance notice, to be displayed in the cars of guests parking on the street. Did I get enough words wrapped around that? Does the second agree with that?
Yes.
And you agree with that? Okay. So do you want to speak to your motion any further? Or have we killed this one?
Yeah, I think I've said enough, thank you.
The only thing I want to say is if this gets defeated, which sounds like it might, we need to come to a I would like to know from consensus, are we just going to keep the whole place closed until September? It's not part of this decision, but I want to know after the decision what the future is.
And just as a clarification, this resident parking only is only between May 15th and September 15th.
Correct.
Inclusive.
Just one last thing that's kind of weighing on my mind. I do want to give credit where credit's due, and the town manager has brought forward many of these different proposals, as well as the police department. So I just do want to give that credit where credit is due. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to a vote on accepting 124 as amended, or 183-24 as amended. Finley, we'll start with you.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Just so that I understand the vote, if this motion passes, it would go back to another reading. Is that my understanding?
No, sir.
Dies.
If this motion passes, we're set to go forward. This is our third reading.
And if it doesn't, it dies.
If it doesn't, it dies, right? Was that clear, Bill, or not?
It's clear, and it's changed my mind on how I'm voting, so thank you.
Okay. Finley, are you prepared to vote?
Actually, before I do vote, I did have a quick question. I want to know if Eileen is comfortable with the wording of the additional component of the no residence parking, that is the guest passes and so on. Is that enough? Is it clear enough, I guess, because it's quite a bit and we haven't invested as much time in that, I don't think. I mean, we've invested the time in understanding that people want gas passes, but is it enough for us to have a thoughtful way forward, I guess?
So yes, I am comfortable with the collaboration between the language that Tom and Peter both did, but I am still not in favor of it, just so you know, in case you were wondering.
Okay. Thank you. I'm prepared to vote.
Okay, Finley?
No.
Peter?
Yes?
Tom, no. Lon?
Woods, no.
Nancy?
Yes.
Barbara? Bill?
Boyd, aye.
Wow.
Who did we miss? Because I only got 6 votes written down. Did I? Finley, myself, and Lon voted no. Barbara, Nancy, Peter, and Bill voted yes.
Yes.
So it passed 4-3. With myself, Finley, with Tom Koenig, Finley Rothaus, and Lon Woods in opposition. So no resident-only parking May 15th to September 15th, with an exception for residents to be able to ask for 2 guest pass placards annually, and to be able to notify the police department 24 hours in advance to get day passes if they're having a special event. Official day passes.
Day pass.
Not just something printed up on their computer at home,
And displayed,
on the cars
on the
of their
car.
guests. Okay? Any other comments?
Yeah,
What I-
Mr. Chairman, could I just make a quick comment?
Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you. Just very quickly to my colleagues and to the community, I changed my mind because I'm trying to, as I said from my previous comments, I'm trying to figure out how we can solve the problem. And I feel like I would be doing what Nancy and Peter proposed. I wouldn't be doing justice if I didn't want to give it a chance and see if it did work out. So that's why I changed my vote. I just want people to know that and my colleagues to know that. So thank you very much.
Okay. Finley? Did you have something you wanted to add?
Oh, I didn't hear you call my name, I'm sorry.
I'm
Yes.
calling it right
I
now,
just-
Finley.
I would kind of like to see what, I'm imagining there's going to be a written out procedure or policy or what have you with regard to these guest passes and so on, and I would like to see that before it is made active publicly, I suppose. I'm just having a hard time understanding the whole thing. I mean, the basic concept I understand, but the implementation is what I'm wondering about. So if I could see that whenever that is ready, I'd appreciate it.
From a procedural standpoint, didn't it just fail as when Bill changed his vote?
No, Bill
He
said
said
aye,
favor.
it passed
He said
4-3.
He put it in favor of it.
He did put it in favor, but then he said he changed his vote.
No,
He
he had
was
changed
saying
his
no
vote from what he
before.
had said previously.
Oh, I see, okay.
You can't change your vote after I call the vote. It's too late. You have to get a reconsideration.
Okay.
I just made that up, but no, that is true.
No, it's absolutely true. I
It
know
is
that.
absolutely true.
Yes.
He was intimating he was going to say no.
He was gonna, yeah, he said
Okay.
earlier he was
So,
thinking the same.
so Finley, yes, we will put that together for all of you to take a look at as soon as we are able to. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Peter?
I'd also be curious to see an example of the sign and how many of them are going to be out.
I think,
Thought we did that last time. but
yeah, Kyle had done that. He did, I didn't bring
I
it
don't know
this
that we
time,
had the addition
unfortunately.
of the May 15th to September 15th date on there, but
No, the point really was not the unsightliness of the sign and the number of characters on the sign. It was, the people were complaining about the
existence there.
unsightliness of the number of signs. And so that's what, that's what we were showing them, and I didn't bring it with me. But again, we're talking about signs that would be, so again, just to add insult to injury here, we're only talking about, a resident-only parking, but we haven't talked about parking on the other side of the street yet. And when Paul talks about 76 signs, he's talking about those as well. He's added them together, so it's 30, like 40
40 on one and then 36 on the other.
on the other, so.
okay.
Where do we come up with, by statute, the number of signs?
There actually isn't a statute, so Kyle just used some various, there's a book called, that the state puts out called The Road Less Traveled. And it deals with sight lines and, and that kind of thing. So unfortunately, I don't have that at this meeting. We brought it at a different one. There may be some wiggle room there on the number of signs. Because as I said, there is no definitive statute that says how far they need to be. It's just that people need to see them in order for the tickets to be enforceable.
I would submit that if it's not, there's no legislation, or it's not in writing or in some type of form or rule or law, that we use the minimum amount of signs that we need to, in respect to people's concerns about the neighborhood and unsightliness. And this doesn't need to be, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will just say, it is not, I didn't really have an opinion on the number of signs. They do look excessive. They looked excessive to me. It wasn't done to, prove any necessary point. It was actually Kyle that did that. So, I would need to talk to him again to find out what he would be comfortable with from a minimum standpoint, and would certainly be willing to minimize the number of signs so that the neighbors' concerns about the unsightliness would be addressed.
And I'm confident we would do the minimum number of signs that we can, but you need to realize that if there's only one sign on the street, somebody's gonna take it to court and get away with it, because the judge is gonna say there was no sign that you could see from where you parked. So there has to be some quantity of signs around for people to be able to see them. As Kyle alluded to when he showed us that and talked about either the road places or ASHTO or whatever rules or regulations define signage. So, Barbara,
And maybe the chief and her staff can help us with that as well, because as we all know, when you park your car, you get a ticket, I didn't see any sign, and it can be right in front of your face, so I'm not too concerned about that. But I would like it to be on the books again, that we look for an alternative entrance, to find a less populated neighborhood to put the entrance in, and to close down the Courier Road entrance. We had talked about that in the past, and I think that's still a valid point. And hopefully, if we can find a good spot where people don't get too much in the way of the river, might even have that done by next spring. Am I being optimistic?
yes.
Yes. We actually looked at that. Paul and I went through it, and the river surrounds most of it.
Yeah.
And other, fairly congested neighborhoods are the rest. So I don't think that it seems kind of hard to believe that you'd have 80 acres of land and there wouldn't be a place for, but I would say maybe, 2/3 are surrounded by
The water.
water.
Yep.
And the state owns on either side.
That's state.
And so a bridge has been considered at $1.5 million as a way to get across the water, but that's still a very high hurdle for us to cross at this point. Pardon? So to speak. Nancy?
I just had a question as to when would we consider opening the park? Now, I'm not suggesting we do it immediately, but at some point, we need some feedback as to the implementation of the signs and all that prior, but then could we, I see Paul raising his hand.
I had this conversation with Kyle, when we brought it forward. They're gonna need some lead time, anywhere from 7 to 10 days because of the number of signs to be
Yep.
made. So looking out if, earliest would be
I'd be happy to wait
by-
to the next meeting.
Yeah.
I'm
So-
not in a rush.
No,
Oh,
but we
good.
we can get you an exact date with it, but they're gonna need at least a week, maybe 2 weeks lead time, because once they get the sign, then they gotta put them in.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not pushing. Yeah, probably not Labor Day weekend.
And also you get the sorry.
Go ahead.
You also get the opportunity to, for us to put the policies in place and that kind of thing, so so that you feel that it's fully, written
So-
out.
So could we leave it that you let us know when the time is right?
We'll hope for the next meeting.
We'll
Okay,
probably
'cause-
make that decision later this evening.
Okay.
I'd like to, the next thing on our agenda is consideration of another ordinance change. I'd like to move the number 1 under new business forward to this point in time, because we've asked Len Christensen to join us, and rather than have her sit through another lengthy discussion of parking, her time is as valuable as ours. I'd like to go ahead and take care of that piece of the business if we can. So if nobody's objecting, we'll move to new business number 1, state primary election discussion. Town moderator Lynn Christensen to provide the town council with an update. Am I looking at the old one? Okay, we already. It got moved to number 2 then. I'm looking at the old agenda, sorry. I have the new copy, yeah. This is asking for if the town council has any objections. Thank you, sir. So, number 2, under new business, the state primary election discussion. Lynn, thanks for joining us. There were a couple of things that came to my mind that I was concerned about, and so I added it onto the end here. We mailed out absentee ballot request forms to people last time, to all possible elections, to all possible registered voters, to give them the opportunity to request absentee ballots by mail, and in order to try and reduce the number of people involved in the actual in-person voting, based on the fact the governor has passed his emergency ordinance allowing us to do that. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to vote. I'd like to see who votes. Nobody objected, and so we're moving forward. Thank you. So I'm trying to understand whether or not you feel that it would be appropriate for us to do that again this year, this election cycle. I know the Attorney General or the Secretary of State has already said that people can request absentee ballots, and they can request them both at the same time for the primary and the general. Both of those elections, I'm assuming, are going to be larger than the town election, and therefore we'd be even that much more behooved to try and reduce the number of people that show up by absentee ballots. What are your thoughts?
I don't know that they will be. Traditionally, on this state primary in September, we get 3,000 to 3,500 people voting, which is what we had at the past 2 town elections, whether it was in person or combined. So I think it's similar in volume. When you look at the volume, you look at what's on the ballot.
Yep.
And if you look at both the Republican and the Democratic ballots, there isn't much contested
In the primary.
in the primary. I think probably the most contested race would be the Democratic race for governor. All the others are pretty low-key, not highly visible. November will be another story. But I think for the September primary, I don't think we're going to have a huge turnout over and above what we typically would have, and maybe a little less because of the lack of contested races.
So, just a second. So if we have as many and we were as successful as we were last time with absentee ballots, wouldn't it be prudent to go ahead and request people to use absentee ballots this time if possible?
It doesn't hurt. I don't think that it will. I think the fact that we did it last time made people more aware of the ability to request them. I think only about half of the people that requested them actually turned them back.
Yep.
So that tells me that people were made aware and just decided, for whatever reason, they weren't going to be bothered with it.
Okay.
I personally don't see a need to do it. Maybe for the November election, I might consider it, but I don't think for the September election I would.
So you don't feel like the 800 or 1,000 people that voted by absentee would cause any strain on our voting the way we ran it this year?
No. We had very, very slow turnout. We had very low numbers of election officials there, low number of checklists. We never had long lines. If we had more people in line, we can handle it. And again, I don't see that there are contested races that are going to generate a lot of people coming out in the primary. November's another story, but in the primary, I don't see a lot of people coming out.
So is it better for us to wait to do something for the primary specifically, or would it be better to send out the ballots?
I would do it for November.
Offering them to do both of them together at the same time?
Yeah. You can if you do for both, then are they going to forget about it by November?
Forget about?
Well, if you send out and say you can request an absentee, first of all, we're getting very, very late in the cycle.
I understand that. That's why I put it specially on this agenda item.
how long is it gonna take you to get those notices out? How long is it gonna take the post office to deliver them? If it takes them a week, and now we have 2 weeks, and people are gonna get them and say, well, maybe I will, and they send it in, it takes a week to get the request back to the town clerk, and I don't think it's productive for the primary.
Okay. Eileen?
I think that, first of all, and I apologize I didn't call you back today,
That's all right.
Lynn, because I was gonna ask you some of these questions.
That's
so
why I'm here.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but who exactly, whose responsibility is it to make the decision as to whether or not to send out requests for absentee ballots? Is that
That's your decision, town council's.
town council's decision? So,
It could, they could be sent out by, you could have the Republican Party decide that they're gonna send out a request for absentee ballots to every registered Republican on the
Okay.
ballot. Anybody can do it.
So, okay, so, my issue, from what I understand, and maybe Paul can talk to it a little bit better, that I know that we had a very easy way for people to look at it. We had a good letter, we put it prominently on our website, you look it up at the website, you click on it, and there it is. Here's your, and it explains and everything like that. The state, so currently what we have is we have a link to the state's website, which is a mess, in my opinion. And it also, the ballot itself has got all these crosses out, and, you're sent all over the place to come to, to be able to do it. People who want to do an absentee ballot like to be able to, they get their letter, they're told what to do, they go on, they click on a button, and they find it. They don't have to go searching or running around or reading page after page after page of stuff.
Well, first of all, when we did it last time, it was a town election. It was not a state or a federal election. It was a town election, and the town took the opportunity to advise people that they could do this. This is not even really a state or a federal election. This is a primary that is run by the political parties. It has nothing to do with the town officially. Now, the town can do this. I have no issue with the town doing this if they want, but it's not a town election.
The only thing I'm saying is, from the pandemic perspective, getting 1,000 people, which was maybe a third of the voting people, to, not come to the polls during a pandemic, I think was a good idea. And I think that everyone that would participated did a fabulous job. So,
Up to you. I think your timing is late.
Well, I asked about it last week, and the clerk's office said no, so.
Well, clerk office opted not to, but that doesn't mean you couldn't do it. Doesn't mean the political parties couldn't do it. Anybody can do it, but I'm saying that at this point, to spend that amount of money sending things out, I don't think is productive, cost productive. Because I don't think you're gonna get them out there and back in again in time.
So, what did our mailing cost for the town?
It cost us nothing because we used the COVID funds, and we would use them again.
Okay, but what was the cost for it, using the COVID funds?
I want to say $6,000,
Okay.
6 to 7.
7 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with Lynn, because, we're already, in my house, we're already talking about, we knew we could do it, it worked out well for, obviously I had to be there, but for the members in my household, and we're already discussing it, and I think a good public campaign, the electronic signs, the website and so forth, and like Lynn said, I'm sure that both parties respectively are gonna get the word out as well, so that's.
I think, considering doing it for the November election, I would be encouraging you to do it for the November election well ahead so that people have time to think about it, send in their request, get the ballot back, because you're talking snail mail, and then get them back to the town clerk's office.
Anybody else have any thoughts on it? Nancy?
I really do think it's too late for the September. And I think the need doesn't, I feel less of a need. But November, I wholeheartedly agree. I think we need to reflect, one, we have the resources, so
Right.
it's like, why not?
Right.
And we have to be able to reflect that we're demonstrating as much as we can do to be able to facilitate voting, so.
So let me ask a question. How early is too early? You said be earlier for November 2nd or 3rd or 4th or whatever it is.
You want to be timely so that the letter shows up when people are thinking about it. I would say at least a month ahead of time.
Well, that's where we are right now, 1 month ahead of time.
Well, just
sixth.
barely.
Okay. It's a month and 2 days ahead of time, but,
Okay. You asked my opinion.
and so I'm asking, is now too early for the general election?
Yes. Because by the time you get past the primary and you get into the general election cycle with all the campaigning that goes on, if people get the letter now, they won't be thinking about it in 3 or 4 weeks.
So maybe 2 months in advance
Yes.
is a better
Yep.
time
If you
period.
talk about late September, early October, I think that would be reasonable for the November election. And I think it's
Okay.
reasonable at that point.
So we're a month
Because
and a half
again, you're
early, too.
encouraging people to do absentee rather than showing up in person. And if you don't want to wear a mask, you know that you can ask for an absentee ballot, and you won't be required to wear a mask to submit your absentee ballot.
Right. Does anybody else have any other thoughts on whether we do a mailer for absentee ballots? Finley?
Yes, I agree with Lynn's thoughts on this. I think the primary will be relatively lightly attended. And it is a party thing, but I get that we are trying to keep people away because of the situation with COVID and all. But I think for the general election, I believe 4 to 5 weeks out is good timing for that, and I think the turnout will be pretty hot, and so I think it would be good to really encourage that. But for this one, I get that it's COVID money, but I think it would not be a good use of that money.
Okay. Bill, did you have comment?
Nope,
All right.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. So, that's fine. I guess I was wanting to make sure we had this discussion in public so that people knew that we were interested in them applying for absentee ballots if they want to. If they go to the town clerk's office on our town website, there is a button allowing them to apply for absentee ballots. And so we're doing our best to publicize that, but we're not gonna mail out specific letters to people asking them to consider it. If they come to the vote, they're still gonna be required to wear a mask in the voting,
Everybody entering the polling site will be required to wear a mask.
okay? Are there any other changes or additions or things that the Secretary of State has put out?
Well, there's all kinds of changes that are being considered. The guidelines have not actually been published. They keep expecting them. We haven't seen them yet. We're doing weekly meetings, talking about a lot of the things. I will say this, regarding the absentee ballots, I'm concerned with the postal response and how long it takes to get things back and forth. We didn't have a lot of problems with the town election, but I can envision maybe not for the primary, because again, I don't think this is gonna be a heavy turnout. But for November, if people decide at the last minute they wanna request an absentee ballot, and it takes a while to get it, it takes a while to get it back, we're going to make a provision, or I have made a provision at the polling site, that if you received an absentee ballot the week before the election, you're not gonna have time to get it back in the mail. That there will be a provision where you can drop that absentee ballot off at the polls, and we will accept them.
That's something that you have the authority to do?
Yes,
Okay.
so that'll be a little bit different, but we really, anybody that knows me knows how I've been doing this for the past years.
No argument there.
Knows we do everything in our power to make sure that people are given the opportunity to vote and are encouraged to vote.
Absolutely. And the only thing I might add is that if you do choose an absentee ballot, please follow the directions. When it
Yes.
says you have to sign the affidavit that says that this is you, if it's not signed, we can't count the ballot. So you have to sign and follow the directions when you turn in an absentee ballot.
And
So-
there will be a change that I am pleased with, that we are going to be allowed to pre-process absentee ballots Thursday, Friday, Saturday, prior to the election. What we can do is we can open the outer envelope only, but that will give us an opportunity to examine the affidavit, whether it's there or not, whether it's signed or not, and potentially, if there is a way of contacting people that have not followed the instructions, they'll have an opportunity to come down to town hall and remedy it. I don't know that will.
I don't know how we're gonna do that.
I don't
That's
know
really
either, but,
interesting. Okay.
but challengers are there.
Anything is better than nothing. Yep.
The public is welcome to come in and observe this, just like they would at an election. And my guess is if it's somebody that's registered as a Republican or registered as a Democrat, and we're not gonna count that ballot, I'll bet those two political parties will figure out how to get hold of those people. This is their election. This is not a town, federal, or state election. This is we have two elections going on.
You're talking about the primary.
Yes, the
Yeah.
Republicans are having an election, and the Democrats are having an election.
Right.
And the Libertarians are left out there on their own to decide what they want to do. And nobody is running for governor.
In the Libertarian, you mean?
Nobody is running for governor on the Republican ticket.
Oh, a person, a name, nobody.
On the Republican ballot, we have Karen Testerman, nobody, and John Sununu. 3 people running.
Right.
So, we have two elections going on simultaneously.
Yep.
Always amusing.
Okay. So, is there anything else you'd like to bring up as far as being prepared for the state primary election? I've asked that the shields maybe get painted because those boards looked a little rough to me and things
I
like
don't have a
that.
problem with that.
Well, I do.
Well, wait till you see what we're gonna get from the state, and the number of things we're gonna get from the state. Oh, please, I think there's something like 14,000 pairs of gloves they're providing for the town. It's, in case people need gloves, masks, shields, everything. So anyway, no, I think it'll be very similar to the town election and how it ran. I was pleased with the support from the town council in that you guys were there, you were helping. I was pleased, Paul had provided and Eileen had provided a couple of staff members from town hall that came in and were invaluable in what they were doing to help us. We have a lot of our, it's hard for me to say this, but older election officials, because some of them are a lot younger than I am, that are reluctant to come. We have recruited some new people. I have used some high school seniors, which is perfectly legitimate. They were fabulous. They helped in all kinds of ways, and not necessarily in ways that were technically election officials, but they did anything we asked them to do, and I think it contributed to a smooth running of elections. I will say that the mask issue was not an issue. We had one couple at the middle school that refused to wear a mask. They were sent back outside, and ballots were taken to them and were brought in and processed. There was one individual down at St. John Newman that refused to. Same thing was handled. Everybody else, whether grudgingly or willingly, donned a mask and came in. All of my election officials wear masks. Everybody else does. I think it, whether you agree or you don't agree with it, it's a simple thing to do. It doesn't hurt to do it. So, do it. And if we have
Okay.
an issue, we'll deal with it one-on-one.
So you're not anticipating any issues with
No.
staffing, or, I mean, I realize we brought over people from town hall because we were short-staffed, or felt like we were short-staffed.
And we were able to
I'm
use
not-
them doing a lot of things that just made it easier.
Well, there were, yeah, so there's some things like the person meeting people coming in and making sure they wear a mask.
Yep.
That are fairly trivial tasks, but need to be done.
Helping processing absentee ballots, there were just a wealth of things that they could do to help that made it easier.
Okay.
So, I think we'll anticipate very similar to the town elections.
Okay. Eileen, did we run into any problems with being able to have a couple of extra people from town staff available for the
Absolutely
elections?
not, no. Mm-mm.
Okay.
They were great. They were great. And they seemed to have fun, so
They learned a few things too,
Yep.
yeah.
we always do.
We always do, absolutely. If there are no other questions by the council, I think we'll just be prepared to do very similar to how we did with the town election, as far as council members being at each of the polling places. And Finley, you're not on the ballot, so you can be there. Seeing no other questions or comments, unless I hear from Bill or Finley real quick, I'm going to thank you very much for coming in and spending your time with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks, Lynn.
See you soon.
You brought your teammate. Okay, that brings us back to our regular order of business. Thanks for the redirect there. Number 2, consideration of changes to Chapter 3 under Old Business, Vehicles and Traffic of the Merrimack Town Code, final reading. Town Council consider the acceptance of recommended changes to Chapter 183, Vehicles and Traffic of the Merrimack Town Code, to amend 18336 Schedule 9, parking prohibited at all times pursuant to Charter Article 5. As you recall, last time when we discussed it at the public hearing, this amendment modifies Section 36, which, am I saying that right? Section 36, Schedule 9, parking prohibited at all times, and adds the streets in the Courier Road neighborhood and defines one side or the other to be a no parking at any time by anybody restriction. And then on Sohegan Road, we identified, instead of the north, south, east, or west, the odd-numbered side of the street, because that street does a full loop around. It makes it a little more complicated to distinguish based on side of the road, compass point directions. So it adds Birch Street north side entire length. And this is no parking at any time and is not restricted by the May 15th to September 15th. This is all year round, no parking. So Birch Street north side entire length, Courier Road east side entire length, First Street south side entire length, Hemlock Street north and west for the entire length, and then Pine Haven Drive, the east side for the entire length, Sohegan Drive, odd-numbered side of the road for the entire length, and Tiffany Lane, east side for the entire length. So this is available for the town council to discuss. Finley?
Was that Bell me?
Yeah, we just called you, Finley. Too busy texting.
After the previous third reading of, what is it, 183, and the changes that were adopted, I think, for me, the only street that I think that we really need to address with this issue is Hemlock, and that is for allowing safety equipment to make that turnaround down at the end, right near the entrance to Wildcat Falls. I think the others aren't necessary any longer. I think that will be accommodated by the residents-only parking component. And so my suggestion is that we not, list all the other streets, just Hemlock, so it accommodates the curve and around that southern end of Hemlock.
So Hemlock actually goes along the bottom and then up the right side of that block.
Right. What I recall the fire and police chief saying is it's that bottom part, the southern, the piece that goes east-west, I guess. And they wanted it on the north side, no parking there. And so, it's whatever would accommodate the safety equipment. That's the only thing I was thinking might be important at this point.
I'm sorry, there's a little disturbance here, and I was distracted.
Oh no, I was just thinking that the only real concern that I had heard from police and fire was safety equipment negotiating that end of Hemlock that abuts Wildcat Falls entrance there.
Yeah, so you're talking about the east-west section, the piece of Hemlock that runs east to west.
Correct.
West-east.
And they seem to think the north side of the east-west part of Hemlock would be the appropriate no parking area, and I guess it was just surrounding the corners and so on.
Okay.
So and I don't know, coming up Courier, I don't know if it was up a short distance up Courier, so I don't know how the wording might be for that. But again, my point is that I just think that that's the only area that we really, at this point, need to deal with any longer.
Okay. Peter?
Yeah, I guess we're, in light of our passing the prior ordinance regarding resident parking, I mean, am I missing something? Do we need this now?
Arguably, one might say we do. So
Okay.
that's what we're discussing, is whether or not.
All right,
we
because
need
I'm
it.
reading it as prohibited parking completely. And we just-
Absolutely. To make sure that, on one side only, to make sure that there's always
Oh,
clear passage for emergency vehicles.
okay, because I'm looking at, I see Birch Street here, for example, it says north entire, okay, all right, sorry, my misreading, thank you.
Okay. Nancy?
My feeling is the original rationale still exists. That, Finley, sounds like you heard a little different than I heard. I heard that the fire chief couldn't guarantee that they had room, but he did express some concern. So in my opinion, we should go forward with what we proposed, which is the one side on this.
Eileen?
May I suggest that we reconfigure this with a recommendation from the fire chief? As you know, the issue of the emergency ordinance was to give the neighborhood relief. It wasn't because he drove down there and saw an emergency situation, although it could be construed as an emergency. But what I think that Finley makes a really good point is that you probably only want to put no parking on this on whatever side of the street that inhibits a fire truck. This was really a method by which to limit the amount of parking in the neighborhood, rather than specifically to address the narrowness of the streets. So if this isn't of urgent matter, I would suggest that you might move it to the next, this particular topic to the next meeting, so we don't overkill.
Why didn't we think of that before?
Why did I think of what before?
No, not you. Why didn't we think of making that a determination? because this is, how many times have we talked about this? And when we did have the chief talk about this specifically in front of us, he was in fact put in a spot. We put him in a spot, if everybody remembers. And he didn't want to say yes, but he didn't want to say no either, because you just don't know what's going to happen in an emergency. And those roads are so small.
And I guess what I would say is that's the case for many streets in Merrimack, and it was mostly, as I said, it was
We used it.
mostly as a method by which to limit the amount of parking
Yeah,
in
that's
the
true.
neighborhood. And so it, you know, the as you said, the chief was kind of in a difficult
Yeah,
position
yes.
because he didn't
It was a
want to
last
say it
minute.
wasn't an emergency, but I think that Finley's right, that there are places where it really is a serious problem and that we might consider revisiting the specific areas. So this, you know, as I said, both of the ordinances and the emergency ordinance had to do with limiting the crowding parking, not so much as looking at the specific areas of an emergency.
Finley?
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, it's, in doing this, if we were in fact to sign the entire neighborhood, no parking on one side of all those neighborhood roads, because they are narrower, I understand that, but we have other sections in the community, and I always think of Mayhew, Longa, down near the lake, that old section of town, those streets are very narrow, and so I just, you know, I don't know that anybody would want this in their neighborhood, but I saw this as one method of trying to tackle some of the overcrowding that has been brought on by, I believe, the pandemic, but related to Wildcat Falls. I just don't, you know, if the other, the residents-only parking didn't pass, I might have been more inclined to support this for that easing situation, but I don't see it as necessary now. Just my thoughts.
Okay. Chief, can I put you on the spot? You're welcome to say you don't know or you don't have an answer, but what I'm looking for is some more information on parking regulations on streets relative to how close you can park to a corner, to a stop sign, in front of a driveway, in front of a mailbox, or are there any regulations that address those issues?
Absolutely there are. So, and I think I have an answer from the last time I was here, because after I left, I realized what question you had asked. I misinterpreted your question. So 30 feet from a stop sign. You cannot park within 30 feet from a stop sign. You had asked me on the other side, and I'm thinking the other side of the intersection, but you just meant on the other side of the road, correct?
No, actually, I meant the other side of the intersection.
Oh,
How-
then I was wrong.
How close
Never
to,
mind.
the stop sign is where it is. Am I 30 feet from that stop sign beyond it?
No,
So
30
coming the
feet
other direction?
approaching a stop sign, that's it, period. So it
So
doesn't,
once I've crossed the street,
Correct.
past the stop sign, I can park immediately right there at the corner?
yes. And
And
it-
even though that's going to impede somebody from making a right-hand turn because there's a car parked there and they're not going to be able to see,
Well,
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, there's obviously, if somebody is blocking an intersection in
No,
any
not
way.
block- I mean,
yeah, then
literally
yes,
right at the
then my
edge there.
answer is yes, you can do that. So you can't block driveways, that's in the statute.
What
You just cannot
constitutes
block it,
blocking?
you could be right up to it,
You could be
but you
up to
just
it,
can't block
okay.
it. You can't park in front of a fire hydrant, obviously. What was the other question?
Mailboxes?
You can, there's nothing saying you can't.
Nothing saying you
It's just the
can't park
person
there.
can't get their mail.
What about parking across the street from a driveway?
You can,
Okay.
as long as
I-
you're not blocking somebody else's driveway.
I've lived in several states, and in some places where I've lived, it's illegal to park across the street from a driveway because somebody coming down the driveway has a
And
problem.
it's not smart. I mean, obviously,
Not here
somebody
in
backing
New
out
Hampshire.
into some, backing out of your driveway, you don't see, that's how a lot of accidents happen, but it's not illegal. So, Those, you know,
Okay,
it's,
and 90-degree corners, there's no restrictions on parking all the way up to a corner, so on
No.
Hemlock and Courier?
so our suggestion, even the Highway Safety Committee suggestion was the apex of the curve, so on Hemlock. So you go all the way down Courier, Hemlock, that curve on Hemlock on the left-hand side, if you go to the end, being the apex on both sides, would prevent a fire apparatus if somebody was parked on the right side. The other side would prevent a fire truck from going through.
Now, is that what Finley said?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Finley was there, yes, and Finley's well aware of it because he was at the meeting, so he understands when we were talking about the apex of the curve, and that's exactly what he's talking about. Now, on the south side, or the right side of Hemlock, there's actually spaces that are kind of pushed off toward the wood line there, that are actually good parking spaces because those allow the truck to come through and they're far enough off the road. There can be a left tire on the road, but it doesn't block it. It's really that apex of Hemlock that is the problem.
So, I know I'm nitpicking here, but if I come down Courier just before I take the left onto Hemlock, if I park on that side of the road, the east side of the road, right up to that corner, I'm gonna make it very difficult for somebody to get around that corner,
You
am I
will.
not?
You will.
So how do I stop somebody from doing that if it's not against the law to park there?
No parking from here to the corner. I mean, that would have to be a different,
So
You
that
s-
would be another thing? Do we have to regulate that in
It would be
183?
it would be another thing, and I'm sure you've seen them, especially in cities. They do a lot.
Absolutely.
No parking from here to the curb because that's what it's trying to prevent. So
Right, so I could see trying to put up signs that limit people parking 10 or 15 or 20 feet from the corners to try and
Correct.
allow that corner to still be available for traffic,
correct,
if we don't do the one side of the street only kind of thing.
correct.
Does anybody else have questions while Chief's here?
Well, not
I'm
not
not
of
going
the chief.
anywhere.
Okay, well, I didn't want to make you sit down and stand up and sit down and stand up. Eileen?
I should know the answer to this, but is the fire chief on the
He is.
traffic?
Yeah.
Okay. He agrees with you
Yes.
on the Hemlock then?
Even if he didn't, he does.
Okay.
He does.
Whether he likes it or not.
No, he does. He does.
Okay, did you have another question for the chief?
No,
or-
not of the
Okay,
chief, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm looking at the map and I'm getting the one-sided parking and the concern. And I really, from what I saw down there, and personally saw, I think we could get away with just amending this to the southernmost intersection of Courier and Sauhegan and continuing it south to the loop. So it would go from Courier and Sauhegan intersection and just carry it down to, I think it's Fir, and my map's not shown, is that Hemlock?
Hemlock.
Fir,
Fir, and then Hemlock is the L shape that goes around the other side
So
there.
Fir, Hemlock, and Courier Road right there. I think that was where was your most knotted up area at the height of this issue, so.
So we might as well have it redrawn.
I'm sorry?
It sounds like, and I'll go along with the consensus, obviously. It sounds like we need to have it redrawn to be more specific in terms of where. The committee, what their suggestions were, getting feedback from the chief, the fire chief, and come with specifics. That's what the group wants.
Yeah, I'd be willing to go along with Finley's suggestion of just doing North Hemlock, of Hemlock Street on the north side. I don't think I'm prepared to support any of the other restrictions at this stage. Because the neighborhood doesn't want it, and two, I don't think it's gonna do a lot of value. And when I challenged some of the neighborhoods about whether people would park on both sides across from each other, they said the neighbors don't do that. And they very rarely ever see, one house across from the other house having 10 guests, and so that they would all park on both sides of the street and jam it up. If we do it resident-only parking, I think we've restricted some of the issues that we've had for concerns down there. And
Give it a shot.
I think we give it a try and see how things work.
So the only thing you want left is what, the Hemlock North?
North side of Hemlock, yeah. That's what I interpreted Finley was saying we should leave-in. Everything else, Finley's got something he wants to add, though. Finley?
Yeah, that's it. I didn't know if we would want to wrap it up around the corner, up Courier, 30 feet or something, and so the wording in this would have to change to include that. But it's just basically to keep that free and clear. And so the north side of the east-west section of Hemlock and around the corner on both sides would possibly be appropriate. I think the impact is minimal. I was trying to look at my Google map, but I think it impacted. I think it was kind of just one house that had any impact, but it's minimal. Coming down from Souhegan, as Pete had suggested, would impact a number of homes, and there was quite a bit of correspondence about that from people not wanting the no parking. They didn't like that idea. So I think for safety equipment, I think just wrapped around the corners of 30 feet or something would probably accommodate what I envision the situation to be.
Yeah, I guess what I was trying to do, Finley, was suggest that when I was talking to the chief, that the best way to handle that wrap around the corner, because I don't know how to put that verbiage into the Schedule 9 of Section 36, would be to add in a no parking here to corner sign to take off that last section of Courier Road on the east side.
Right, so I didn't know if the verbiage might be necessary to say just that, from 30 feet from Hemlock, and the sign would have to be measured out and posted appropriately, I guess, from here to corner.
So there'd be no parking. Yeah, I mean, I guess on Courier Road, we could limit it to just 30 feet north of Hemlock to Hemlock.
Yes.
And that would probably cover it just as well as anything. Does anybody else have any thoughts or suggestions? Bill, did you have something? What do you say? No. Thank you. Barbara?
Yeah, no, I said hello. Were you speaking to me, Mr. Chairman?
I was trying to ask if you had something you wanted to add. I thought I heard some noise coming from your phone.
I apologize. I took you off. I was coming off of mute.
Okay.
I had written down, I mean, for the streets in the subdivision that run east-west, I think if you pick a side, north side or south side, just, one side on streets going east or west, it's really not going to make a lick of difference. Again, going back to what I said to you earlier, the concern I have is the roof, which is Hemlock, Fair, and Courier. And I really think there should be no parking on Hemlock on both the north, the south, and the west sides, because I think that's going to allow any emergency apparatus to make that particular turn. I think it's no parking it would be on the north side of First Street where you would not park. I'm sorry, there's correction, the south side, and then obviously the east side of Courier Lane. There should be, the way that I envision, if the apparatus is coming north-south, for them to go south-north, they've got to make that loop, and that loop needs to be clear. And the only way that accomplishes it is by making sure that the egress, making that loop around, is completely unimpeded. So you have to have no parking on that side of the street. So the way that I envision, Hemlock is already tight to begin with. I really think there should be no parking on either side, so that there's no doubt that fire trucks, ambulances, they're going to be able to get down and be able to make the turn. As far as like I said, as far as the other streets, I think that the east-west streets, some of whatever the remaining north-south streets are, I think if you pick one side or the other, it's not going to make that much. I really don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. I think the real concern is everything that is south of Fir Street, and that's Courier, Hemlock, and Fir, and coming up with the configuration that makes sense for emergency personnel to make their way around. Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen? I'm sorry, I'll get back to Barbara.
I think that we're venturing into trying to tell the fire chief how he can turn a vehicle within an area, and I think that it would be a good idea to have him
Do it, yeah.
do it again. He is on the Highway Safety Committee. They made a recommendation about the Hemlock area. And so I just would prefer him to come back unhampered by, by what he says, to just tell you, as the expert,
Yes.
what his concerns are by taking a truck down there again. So I would just ask if you would allow the staff that's operating the vehicles to make the recommendation on the safety of those access, please.
Sounds right.
Thank you. Barbara?
Yeah, we already decided that we were going to go with one-sided parking, and this is rather redundant. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we table this item until after a determination has been made of where the signs and what parts of the street are going to be made one-sided parking only. And then, once that's been determined, let the chief take ladder one down there and cut those corners.
Second?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what we're tabling, though, if you give me just a second. I mean, because we've already defined sides of streets to put the no parking on, what are you gonna change?
It's redundant.
What is redundant?
We just got through saying that we approved the parking for Merrimack residents only. It's one-sided parking.
It's not one-sided parking.
No. This is the one-sided parking.
This, okay.
This is the
So I
I-
misunderstood what you were saying.
I am corrected then, because when I was writing down what we were moving on, it was part of the one-sided parking, but that's okay. Thank you.
Well, I apologize for that misdirection.
And I seconded my confusion.
So we have
How
no
do-
motion, is that right?
How do we accomplish, should we just table it? I think you're right. We should wait and just get feedback. Should we just table this until we get feedback? I'd happy to make that a motion,
I'll
So-
second it.
but I'm seeing hesitation in Tom. How do we accomplish that?
So what, are we tabling this third reading to another date certain for an extension of the third reading?
Yes.
Okay, I want to be
That's-
clear on that, because otherwise we're going to get into legal issues.
So I'd like to be able to delay, is that what you're suggesting? I want to be able to respond.
No, you have to table to a date certain,
Okay.
so that we
till-
don't lose what we've done already.
Exactly, perfect.
So
Well,
the
our
date certain
next
would be
meeting
August
is the-
20th.
August 20th. Is that sufficient time, you think? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to delay this.
Okay, I thought you already did. To
Okay.
table it to a date certain
Thank you. Yes.
of August 20th.
So
And
be it.
Lon seconded that. Finley, you're
sorry.
asking to raise your hand. A motion to table is usually considered non-debatable. Are you okay with going to a vote on it?
We can go to a vote, but I tried to raise my hand before that was made, but that's fine. We can go to a vote.
Yeah.
Mine was more going to be pointing out what we had a discussion on at Highway Safety, but that's fine.
Yeah, I think we've heard that, but we're ignoring that, and I don't know why, but that's what we're doing. So there's a motion to table this to the next meeting. Although, Finley, you want to vote on that?
Yeah, no.
No. No,
Yes, I want to vote on it. My vote's
Yes,
no.
I get it. Peter?
Okay.
Yes, I want to table it.
And I vote no. Lon?
With Jay.
Nancy?
Yes?
Bill?
Boyd, nay.
Nay. Okay. Barbara? Nay. So that motion to table fails 4-3. With Peter, Nancy, and Lon voting for it. Right? You voted to table?
Yes.
Voting to table. Okay, so we're back to this. I guess what I wanted to bring up was that the transportation, Finley, go ahead.
Actually, if you want to speak first, that's fine. I was going to make a motion, so I don't know if you want me to wait.
Give me just a second if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
The Highway Safety Committee has always already recommended that we limit parking on the north side of the east-west section of Hemlock Road, and Finley brought that up. And what was that?
That is so.
And that's what the chief was telling us, and the chief felt that parking on the south side of Hemlock, where it's east-west, was not gonna be a problem. And
And
so the Highway Safety Committee has done that. So Finley, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, I'm sorry. We had a conversation on Hemlock prior to, I believe, as I recall, prior to the discussion of one-side parking on the whole neighborhood. So that conversation, I believe, it was held, and it was never brought up to do Fir or whatever the street north of Hemlock, paralleling Hemlock. And so that's why I'm comfortable with moving on it tonight with just the Hemlock, north side of east-west Hemlock.
Peter?
Yeah,
Bill, you're making a lot of background noise. Can you mute, please?
Yeah, I wanted to, I like the idea of letting the fire chief, let's refer to him, he's the expert. Since that is not possible, then I'm gonna renew and actually, I'd make a motion, if I can at this time, to amend this article, and move forward with it to read that one-sided street parking for, as I said earlier, Courier Road south to include Fir and Hemlock. So at the this would be one-sided parking from the southernmost intersection of Courier and Sauhegan to the end of Courier and the loop around Hemlock and Fir. And that would be the limit to the one-sided parking there. That would be my amendment to this motion. Eliminate all the other one-sided parking in that neighborhood.
Finley, are you raising your hand to second that motion?
Actually, my motion would have been different. So I should wait, I suppose, for a second on Peter's. I apologize. I jumped the
Okay,
gun.
I'm looking for a second. Seconded by Lon Woods. Do you want to talk to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, it covers Finley's concerns and the chief's concerns, as he mentioned it, for Hemlock. But I don't, and again, I fall back on what I personally saw on the weekends and the busy times that I went down there, and those were the most impacted areas. And I think the one-sided parking on that particular loop, that stretch of roadway from that intersection of Courier and Sauhegan down and around Hemlock and Fir, I think that's the most impacted area. And I think, my opinion, would be the most need to help fire get any equipment through that section of roadway.
I mean, I'm going to say that's in opposition to what Eileen asked for, to have the chief make decisions on what's going to be difficult to get down there or not. Eileen?
Paul's on the phone with the chief right now, so here he comes with the revelation from the fire chief as to what his,
He's just happy he's not here.
what he wants to do. If that's okay?
I'll be happy to hear what Paul has to say. I'm not, go ahead.
I get it, but
So, I have Matt on the phone, Chief Duke on the phone. What Chief Duke said is that, going around the curve from just before the park entrance,
From where?
just before the park entrance
Yeah.
to after the park entrance, that needs to be no parking on both sides of the road, going around. And then when Hemlock straightens out a little bit, there could be parking on the right-hand side into the woods. But then again, it needs to stop, because further down on Hemlock, it's another curve, and he needs to make the apparatus turn, so there would have to be no parking on both sides of that curve on Hemlock as well.
We need to give him.
So that, it's confusing as mud.
Yes, it is.
So it's the loop.
Well, it's the bottom of the loop on both sides at the turns.
Sounds
is
like
what he's
it's-
asking for.
Yeah, it sounds like he said fir too, right?
No,
Oh, okay, I
he
thought,
said hemlock, both sides. And he's saying both sides, not just one side. Which is not your motion. Your motion is one side.
I-
You want him here?
I-
Why don't we just have him? Why don't we have the three residents?
I mean, between this and the resident-only parking, I mean, do we suspect that it's going to be that crowded at this point?
I mean, I'm willing to just have the chief
I-
make a recommend to us what needs to be one-sided or no-sided,
Okay.
whatever.
The reason I voted no on tabling was because I thought the chief had spoken through the highway committee already. And I didn't want to give up on what we had going as far as getting something through that the highway committee was recommending.
It sounds
But
like he's changing.
If we're confused on this, I'm willing to go back and reconsider the tabling of this till next meeting. If somebody that, well, I was on the passing side of that, so I could ask for reconsideration of the tabling.
But we have a
Lon?
motion on the floor.
I'll
Yeah,
withdraw my
we do.
motion.
You're right.
I agree. May I make a motion?
Sure. You withdrew your motion,
And I was
That's
just.
correct.
and the second agreed. So now you would like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to table this discussion to a date certain, August 20th.
Second,
Can we reconsider the motion from before, just in case we can't do the same motion all over again in the same meeting?
so parliamentary, how do you do that?
Just ask to reconsider.
I-
But you weren't on the positive side.
well,
I'm, the side that
correct.
won. I'm asking us to reconsider the motion to table this item.
Second.
You
Because-
were against it.
I was against it and it failed. So I was the winning side of that
Gotcha.
vote.
You got it, you're right, okay.
And it requires somebody from the winning side to ask for reconsideration.
I would like to ask for reconsideration, please.
Did you vote against?
Oh, jeez.
Peter just seconded it.
I just seconded Tom's.
My reconsideration, okay. So there's a motion on the floor to reconsider tabling this agenda item to August 20th. Finley, are you, you want to vote on that?
Confused.
We're voting to reconsider whether or not we're going to table item number 2.
You want to- We want to reconsider
If you want to reconsider it, if you want to bring it up to consider
again.
tabling item number 2, you need to vote yes. Is that clear to everybody? Finley, are you ready to vote
Yes, I am.
on a reconsideration?
Yes.
Yes?
No, my vote is no. I understand the question, though, yes.
Okay, so Finley votes no, he does not want to reconsider. Peter?
Yes, I do want to reconsider.
Yes. Tom? Yes. Lon?
Woods, yay.
Nancy?
Yes.
Bill? Aye, nay? Help me out. Boyd, no. Barbara? Yes. Yes, so we're going to reconsider this motion to table. It passed 5-2. So the motion on the floor is to table this item number 2 to August 20th.
Correct.
And that was made by, who was that originally made by?
I made it.
Made by Nancy and
And
seconded by
seconded.
Lon?
Lon?
It's in the minutes, I hope. So we'll call for a vote on tabling item number 2. Finley?
No.
No. Peter?
Yes,
Yes. Tom? Yes. Lon?
Woods, yay.
Yes. Bill? Nay. Nancy?
Yes.
Barbara? Yes. Yes. So that passes 5-2.
Mike, thank God.
So we're tabling this item till August 20th, at which point we hope to have more input directly from the fire chief.
Yes, the
and/or
fire
town
chief
staff.
will be here.
That was tabled with Bill and Finley and opposed. Okay. That that brings us to the annual town retreat goal session discussion. Does anybody have any comments? In your packet, you were given 2 copies of items. One was basically the original format from last year with some things added, and the second one is a cleaned-up version of that.
Mr. Chairman, just if I could, do we want to move the discussion on Watson Park up? As though, if that may take a little while, we have staff here and.
It may take a little while, but I was hoping this would clear up real quick unless somebody's got problems.
Okay.
Do
No,
you foresee any issues with the schedule that we have?
no, I do not.
The yellow on the old one is just distraction. If
So,
you-
oh, do you mind?
Go ahead, Eileen.
Okay,
You made
so-
it, so you know better than I do.
Yeah, well, you helped, so, and Paul. So basically what we did was took the old discombobulated thing that just kept regurgitating old items, and we consolidated them. The yellow things that you see there are things that were not brought up again by council members. So I didn't want to remove them from the list, but I did remove them from the list. So there's 2 lists. One is, and the second one is reformatted, so you won't be able to like compare them
Directly.
but, so what we did was we did the old one. I highlighted the things that I took off there in my reformatted and reconfigured new list, so that we could get rid of the superfluous stuff. But I wanted to, it's not my place to remove anything that's on the list. And so I wanted to show you what remained on the list, but no council member brought up again as being on the new one. Is that clear?
So I guess if there are things in yellow that you really wanted to talk about, you need to bring them up now so that there's a chance they could be researched by staff. Otherwise, there may not be any discussion unless you find it duplicated on the new list already. Some of it I think may be, but generically speaking, the stuff in yellow on the old list is not germane. Since I went through this with Eileen, I don't have questions. Peter?
The only thing I'd like to add, and I didn't think about it when I gave my suggestions, is the FE.
You need to turn your mic on, please.
Oh, sorry. The only thing I'd like to add is, and I hadn't thought about it when I did my, was the FE Everett Turnpike tolls widening and so forth. I'd like to just, maybe we could just briefly include that in.
So
Okay.
basically an update.
An update on where we are as far as tolls and widening and how we're preparing for the disaster that will be the widening time period. That was my own adjective, but editorial comment. It's the chairman's prerogative to add editorial comments.
No predisposition.
Nope, yeah, I don't want to prejudice you, I'm just telling you. Okay, can we stick that in somewhere, Eileen? Any other comments or thoughts?
Yes, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was hoping that Eileen could provide some type of a debrief on service delivery and accessibility to Town Hall when we were not allowing people into the building and we were forced to use alternative methods in order to conduct town business. So I was hoping maybe to get an update of, you know, what did we learn? What was good? What could have been improved? You know, is there any possibilities that something that was done could possibly be incorporated? Just kind of an overview as to a perspective on how things went.
It was all good.
I think that was meant to be part of the pandemic, but then we put an A in there for elections.
Right,
So
but
we could
yeah,
put a B in there for just a general review.
yes, but it was, everything worked out beautifully. So there's my summary right there. But I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have on it.
Okay?
Thanks, and then the other one is pie in the sky, but I'm gonna revisit it if it's possible as to whether we talk about, the capability of handling, townwide broadband to its citizens. I know we had talked about it some time ago when we were discussing the Comcast contract, and I was hoping we could add that to the list.
Townwide broadband?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, that's not on any list at the moment, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I mean, we have communications with residents, that's not it. Okay. I guess we'll try and put something in there under,
Bill, if you would please contact me and tell me specifically what kind of information that you would like me to provide, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
No, you're welcome, Eileen.
okay, thanks. Peter?
I just thought about it, the Chamberlain Bridge.
Yeah.
Is that on there already? Because I know that didn't we receive notice that they're starting to do, prepare for the replacement of that bridge, or?
They're not gonna replace it, I don't
But they're
think,
gonna-
because it's solid as a rock, but it needs patchwork around it kind of things. Plus the sidewalk needs to be rebuilt or
Yeah.
repaired.
I'd be kind of curious as to, I don't know, the update on that in light of the work we have going on that's gonna go around it for that path, but.
I thought under DPW, we kind of trimmed things down, but roads, bridges, and infrastructure will include it in there as part of road, bridges, and infrastructure. We'll talk about things like Chamberlain Bridge.
Thank you.
Nancy?
Under communication, should we talk about social media considerations? I'm not saying we should or not, but it's something to be discussed in terms of, should the town somehow develop a procedure or mechanism to be involved with social media for its purpose? I don't know.
We can certainly talk about it, either a policy or a procedure
Some thoughts,
under communications.
town webpage or whatever. I don't know.
Okay,
Yes,
I know DPW has a Facebook page, that kind of thing.
Fire department does.
Right, so either policy or even something maybe the town council needs to do something.
then
Mr.
we just
Chairman?
want to review it, I think, is what we want to say. Bill?
Yeah, through you to Nancy, years ago, I had developed, and we had talked about a social media policy back a long time ago. And respectfully, it didn't go far because of the different concerns that were going on with different departments in terms of their needs. So that being said, I don't think it's a bad idea.
I'm talking in terms of the council too. I mean,
No, I agree. No, I agree. Everybody's involved. I agree.
we need to think about ways that we can better communicate with the community, and that might be something we need to start thinking about.
Okay. I think we'll do that.
Thank you.
Is that sufficient discussion about the council retreat? We're good? All right. That brings us to item number 1 under new business, now that I've uncovered my agenda for tonight. And
Excuse me, please, Mr. Chairman.
Lon, I appreciate it. What we're talking about is temporary closure of Watson Park. Just for the record, Lon Woods, I think, is leaving the meeting at this point. And it is 10 o'clock, which he told me about in advance. He had to leave. Submitted by Town Manager Eileen Cabanel, the Town Council, to consider the temporary closure of Watson Park for the remainder of the summer. Eileen?
We have a bunch of different things that we would like to talk to you about. The reason for the placing it on the agenda and I spoke to you about it, Tom, is that there is so much going on down there. There's so much disruption to the parking lots surrounding there. There are fire pits down there. There are, people are not using the porta potties because they don't want to walk up to the top, so they're using areas around. They're on Mr. Rivet's property, even though it's all marked,
No trespass.
trespassing. And so what I wanted to say is that when the police chief came into my office today and explained to me how a woman who was trying to park in the Lobster Boats parking lot and was told that she couldn't park there, actually hit the person with her car. I had just had enough of, and she was arrested. I've just had heard from all the surrounding neighbors about how incredibly rude and, as I said to the last time, gross that these people are conducting themselves. It's primarily on the weekends. I'm not saying that, we've had police officers down there. We've had, but, you know, we can't, I wanted the topic to come up so that people would understand just how bad it is down there on the weekends. And so what I asked the police chief if she would come up and talk to us about the complaints that she had, and then I had asked our media staff, to include Assistant Paul, to go down there and actually videotape so we could get a sense of, you know, the steepness of the hill and all those kinds of things. So I just, it's a big problem, and it's a big problem for the residents in the area. I'm sure you've heard from some of them, but, you know, you could tell they park in front of the lawyer's parking lot, right in front of his driveway. And he asks them to move, and they tell him where to go. And that's, they're sitting in, there's a woman who has a spa over at the Connell Plaza, and she said that they have chairs outside because they can't have that many people in there, so they have social distancing, and people come in, they park their cars in front of her business, they sit in her chairs and wait for their parties to arrive so they can walk across and mob the Watson Park area. And, you know, once they get down to that area, it's kind of no man's land. We can prevent them from doing fires, but the river is not owned by the town. So I'm kind of at my wit's end, and I really feel for what's happening to the business owners around there. And I realize that it's not our, you know, they can tow people, but the disrespect and it goes beyond disrespect. I mean, to hit someone with your car, I guess that's my
That's your opening comment.
opening comments.
Thanks.
So, Chief?
Finley, before you start, Finley, you had something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I have just two things. One, do we have anything happening? You know, we occasionally have weddings down there, or even with social distance, small things could still happen. Do we have anything scheduled over the next couple months?
Yes, there's issues with the volleyball and things like that. So, you know, I mean, since that happened, you know, since this has all happened fairly recently, I have kind of reconsidered my thoughts, which would obviously require a lot more thinking on the parts of the council, but I am personally in favor, personally, and me, personally, I believe that we should block off the entryway to the river from Watson Park because of the dangerousness of the slope and because of the conduct of the people. So that's just my thoughts.
Well, here's.
And not close
I find
not close the Watson Park, but just to block off the access to the river.
Well, in order to do that, you really need a fence, and I don't know if you're talking about a permanent fence. If you're talking about temporary, they'll just rip the thing apart like
Permanent,
picnic tables down the hill.
$25,000. Permanent fence.
How much?
$25,000.
Yeah, I'm opposed to the fence. I get the situation. I think they're slobs. My next question was going to be where are the people we've had to deal with and had to tow their vehicles and had to arrest for hitting people. Are they locals? Are they residents doing that kind of crap, or is it from outside? Because this is so foreign to me. I'm so disgusted by the whole thing, and so that's my curiosity. I'm wondering, are our residents doing
right.
these type of things?
Finley, we're going to hear from the police chief, if that's okay.
Hi, Finley.
Okay.
I know you
All right,
can't see me, but
Go.
Can you hear
can you hear
Chief
me?
Roy?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
So they've been both residents, and the person we arrested was from Massachusetts, not from Merrimack. But cars that we've had issues with have been from town and Massachusetts, both alike. And actually, New Hampshire and Massachusetts. I shouldn't just say Massachusetts because Manchester, that sort of thing. You know, we, as Eileen alluded to, we've been seeing an increase because we kind of pushed, and I won't even say that, never mind. So the problem we've seen over here is the increase in people. It started out with the parking. It's kind of mushroomed, and I'm not even sure how this happened. It started with the parking. People were starting to park along the entrance. We call it like the neck, the entrance. And we actually started to have people hitting other cars because they were parked on the sides by that fence where we put up no parking signs. They're actually parking there, and someone tried to squeeze through and increased a car going in. So that started it. And then we started with people blocking other people in even after being told you can't do that. And that's one of the cars that we did tow because they did block somebody in. So from there, we went to. I tried to do it without my glasses. I just can't do it.
Me either.
So now we have the neck, the blocking people inside the parking lot. People are now loading and unloading right at the entrance to the park, so it's stopping the flow of traffic on Daniel Webster Highway, which is causing a problem. And because parking lot gets full by 11 o'clock, the latest, people are parking everywhere else, and now they're just randomly walking across the street. So that's becoming an issue because they don't care. They have 18 things in their hands, and they don't care, and they just walk in front of traffic. So we're getting those complaints. We've also had parking complaints at local businesses to include Rivet's Funeral Home, Gomont Law Office, Lobster Boat. Connell's Plaza has been another big one because, as Eileen said, you know, people are parking in there and not, they don't care. They're changing into their bathing suits on these people's chairs out front that they're waiting for their own customers. So last weekend we arrested the woman from Massachusetts for hitting the employee of the Lobster Boat after she tried nicely the first time, said you can't park here. The woman still unloaded stuff and then gave her lip, and she left, went around the corner, came back again, and the woman stood in front of the spot and said, you can't park here, and that's when she hit her. And she took off, but our officers were able to find her, so that's how we arrested her. There's been 3 unconfirmed reports of people utilizing the park and the area for a bathroom. There have been reports that people are defecating in the water, that they're using the backside, and in case anybody asks me, I did not go look myself, the backside of what we refer to as the island, which is where the sand is, as a bathroom, including they are reporting that there's feminine products out there, and I think actually Mr. Rivet would say the same thing on his own property, that he's found that. which well, I don't even think I can comment on it because it's disgusting. We have not seen, the department has not seen anybody drinking on the property, but apparently there have been. And I think Barbara could to attest to that, the trash that people are doing it down there. But again, we come in uniform and people aren't going to drink openly in front of us. So I think that that's to be expected. One of the biggest things that, concerns that I have are I don't know if any of you have been down to the water or not. I have several times. I make it a habit to go twice a week now down there to see the state that it's in. I just want to say kudos to the highway department because they're doing an absolutely incredible job with the trash and cleaning it up, and the volunteers who go down there all the time to pick up the trash. We appreciate that. Because, you know, today when I drove by early this morning, it looked good, you know, but give it 2 hours and it doesn't look good. So my big concern is going down there is treacherous. Can't even say it. Treacherous. And they've now started pulling the picnic tables. They're actually, they have stakes in the ground. They're actually in the ground. But they pull them out with the chain and they bring them down to the water. There were four the first time we went down. And he probably wants me to admit that I am an old lady because every time I go down to the water, I have to hold his arm, like, because I can't do it. It's just, that's how dangerous it is. And now they're pulling picnic tables. It's only a matter of time before somebody gets hurt. I do agree with Eileen. I think 75% of the draw to that location is the water. And it was never, to my understanding, meant for that purpose. I think if the water is blocked off, I think that it's going to reduce the number of people that come there, but the people then that do come there are going to want to actually use the park as it was intended for picnics. And we do see a lot of picnics there. There are a lot of different people who enjoy coming and bringing their pop-up tents and spending the day there, which is exactly what they're supposed to, and I would encourage them to do. But you add the water feature now, and that creates another problem. Mr. Rivet's property is on the other side. That's his property. People are not, they don't care. It's marked, no trespassing. Again, they don't care. We're trying to deal with that. We've added patrols now to have to just concentrate on Watson Park and dealing with the people who are going on all the different businesses, not just Mr. Rivet's, but everybody else's. His property we're very concerned with because that's a pretty steep incline and people are now climbing down there. And again, we just don't want anybody to get hurt. We don't want to see anybody get hurt. So, is that?
Yeah, that's great. Paul also has a little, as I said, it's not to show what, the destruction down there, but it basically gives people a sense, if you were to go down there and walk along from the bridge all the way to the end of Watson Park, you can see, just what it looks like, but not from a perspective of necessarily a lot of trash.
Quick question for the chief.
Go ahead.
Chief, just wondering, I know last weekend we had an officer down with the DPW. How did that work out? Did it help?
So no. I don't even know how else to answer that because the people, it's so chaotic and he's trying to concentrate on walking around. By the time he walks around, he comes back and he stands there for 2 minutes. Whatever's happening where he was or wasn't is happening again. And then the people, he can't concentrate on the businesses without something going on at the park. So it's just, I've said a lot of times, like over different issues that we've been dealing with, that it's not as like mayhem and lawlessness as it seems. But this place, I think, is becoming mayhem because there's so many people down there, and trying to, once you put a Band-Aid on one spot, it's, in the other spots, you can't handle it. So, no, it wasn't as effective as we would have hoped. I mean, maybe a little bit to deter some people, but not to what we had hoped for.
Thank you.
Thank you. This video is about 2 minutes. There is no sound with this video. I want to just, before we start, you'll see that we were there this morning at between 9 and 10 o'clock this morning. The Watson Park side of the park, it was clean. There was, DPW picked up the trash. There was no trash in the barrels. However, on the other side of the park, or the other side of the river, on the Rivet side of the river, you'll see a lot of trash that's been left out. I want to thank Mark personally for letting us go down to his property. And as the chief said, if you think our side is treacherous, I took 3 steps down the hill and I asked Nicholas, I said, Nick, go film. I'm going to stand up here because it is 100 times worse than our side to get down there in the hill. So as we play, I will talk a little bit. Right now, this is looking at Watson Park would be on the left-hand side. The private property of the rivets would be on the right-hand side. The sandbar is straight ahead. So I'm just going to play the video and interject as we go. So as you'll see, this is how you're swinging on, and that's a bridge. We're on the bridge. This is the sign from the parking lot. This is the parking lot. That is looking at the park itself, and as you can see there, it's a beautiful location. This is what I call the easiest slope to get down and into the water. This is closest to where the fence is right now, and that's the easiest one. There's the picnic table we talked about. They dragged it down. You'll see that the spike was taken out of the ground and dragged down there. 200 pounds. Over 200 pounds. It's a heavy wooden table. What we're showing you right there is an illegal fire that was set near the concrete mold where there's some wood underneath it. That's pretty close to the end of our portion. There's another illegal fire that was set on our side of the river. Once again, to give you perspective, that is looking at where those trees are. Now, this is from the Rivet side of the property. You'll see he has all the signs posted of private property, please stay out. You can see that slope is straight down. This is what we found: Jack Daniel bottles, Nestle Quick bottles, Pepsi bottles, hairbrushes, beer cans, more beer cans, utensils. There's a sock. I don't know, that's a towel or something, some more trash. And this is just littered all through. And then in the water, there's trash. There's more bottles. That was in, I think, a diaper. A plates, stuff like that. It's all down there. Shirts.
And that was all on Rivet side?
And that's on Rivet side. That's in the water near our side. So there is trash down there. Very steep incline. And like I said, that was the easiest one that we could get down to on our side. The other ones are more steep, more rooted, more difficult to get down. People were using the park. There was people using the volleyball courts today when we were down there. There was people coming into the park and utilizing the park with their dogs and making their dogs run. So they're using it that way. It's just some of the there's a lot of trash that is being left around by the river, and people are not respecting the waterfront. And that's on what's today, Thursday? Today's Thursday, yeah. That's on a Thursday, so starting tomorrow through the weekend, I believe DPW goes in on Saturdays, and they empty out all the trash barrels, and by Sunday they're filled again, and by Monday they're filled again. The gentleman earlier talked about how clean the porta potties were. They never been cleaner. Thursday, we cleaned the porta potties.
And they're not using them.
And they're not using them.
They're not bothering to walk up
I
to the
did see
porta
people
potties.
using them today, but
Yeah.
Well, the people at the water aren't.
Yeah, and the other thing is if they're on the Rivet side of the water, they're not coming across to the Watson Park to use the porta potties there. They're using other areas to do whatever they want to do. So that's all I had for a quick, like I said, it's a quick 2-minute jaunt. It was very peaceful down there with the water running, but it was a Thursday, and it was clean because we cleaned it for the weekend.
I went down there as well. Barbara?
As many of you know, I am one of the volunteers for the Litter Crew, which is a Merrimack-based group of folks that go around the state, actually, cleaning up litter. And I had written, we were in there on Saturday, actually, and we get there fairly early, 9:30, and we're out by, just about by 12. And you're right about 10:15-ish is when it starts. And DPW and the officer were there trying to stem the flow, but as we were getting ready to leave, the hordes were definitely moving in. They're up on where the lawyer is located. There were like 3 or 4 cars that were like vultures watching the parking lot at the park to see who was leaving. And what they would do is they would race down, try to get through the light, and be one of the first to get in line to get into the parking lot. Now, they had taken that big deuce and a half, I love that truck, and parked it literally at the mouth of the driveway so that they could not get in. And understand that that's only one entry point. What was going on, if I start down by the fire department, was there was a guy, I was telling Tom this at lunch today, there was a family that decided to park their car right on the DW. It was a suicidal move. They were unloading, and fortunately a police officer came along with lights and halted the traffic and moved him out of there. At the same time, the race is on for the vultures up in the parking lot at the lawyer to try to get down before they move the truck out of the way to let cars out so they could get into the line. Then there's a family of 10 crossing the street from the CVS parking lot with their grills, their chairs, their blankets, their flip-flops, which they keep losing, by the way. It's kind of comical. You got to watch the flip-flop loss. But at that whole time, there were like 6 families of more than 5 people who were just about running to get in the park because they realize they're late. They'll be lucky if they get enough room to put their cooler down. And they don't bring little coolers with them. They bring the big 3-footers. So when the truck moves out of the way and we're trying to get out, it's a race to get in. And even though we're trying to get out, the cars are coming in. And we can't even take the right to get out of the park. And that's not even talking about the garbage, because we filled up the deuce and a half. And we were only there 2.5 hours because people have to go to work in the afternoon. And like you said, we were finding all kind of interesting stuff. So, do I think we should close the park? No, I don't think we should close the park, but we're going to need to figure out what to do because we need some full-time park officers there. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Peter?
I received a lot of, probably a dozen pieces of email in the last 2 days from residents. And one of the key questions that I was asked is, why can't we make it residents only? And so, can we get that elephant out of the room right away and answer that question for folks so they understand as we go forward?
We absolutely cannot. Back about 10 years ago, the town accepted a Land Water Conservation Fund grant. It was a $40,000 grant, of which we received $20,000, and we contributed $20,000, and that puts that park in perpetuity forever. You can never even give back the money. That it cannot be for residents only. There's an exception whereby you can charge people, and you can charge residents, non-residents, somewhat more, but we're not talking a lot more. There's also, so I spoke to the man that from the Parks and Recreation Division of the state, who we've dealt with the tennis court. Remember all that business?
Yeah.
Same grant. I talked to him about it. He said that you're limited by that, and that it has to be a reasonable amount of increase. So if you charge the residents nothing, you could charge people maybe $10 for a car. He also cautioned that we not charge by the person, because if you charge by the person, you're then taking on additional liability because you know they're going down to the water. I don't know how that works, but that's what he said to me. He said, I know,
Yeah.
but it's 10:30, so, but anyway, so, that's what he said to me, is that you can charge somewhat more, or charge nothing and charge, a little bit for the other. But we signed away, the ability to, make it for residents only for $20,000.
So if I can ask, and I doubt you'll have the answer to this, but it says in the letter from Eric Feldbaum, Community Recreation Specialist, that we can close the park for limited periods of time, for an outright closure for an extended period of time, and if the park closes for more than 6 months, it may trigger a conversion of use per Chapter 8E of the program manual. Do you know what that means? I read that to mean a conversion of use would mean that we'd have to give the money back, but you're saying that we
No.
can't give the money back.
No, you
so-
can never, ever give the money back. And I'm not being facetious here.
So I
It
think we
is-
need to understand what Chapter
Okay.
8E, conversion of use,
I can
means.
guarantee you that it's not good, because, you know, the only reason that we got out of it with the other one, the tennis court, was because we could declare obsolescence for it, and then we reverted it back to green space. But the encumbrances still exist on that property. But anyway, so it basically says that this is a grant from the United States, and the United States government has given you money to enhance the United States by adding an amenity that can never be paid back or never be taken back. So I don't have the exact words, but it's not an overstatement.
All right, well, I would still like to know what the triggering a conversion of use means.
Okay.
Because he very clearly wanted to put that in.
Okay, I think it means that we'll all go to jail.
Point of order, Mr.
That'd
Chairman?
be awesome. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, Eileen had sent out an email earlier today, that letter that you were reading at, and there was attached the manual regarding what's considered to be a conversion. The section involved is about like maybe 8, 9, 10 pages. It's too voluminous for me to read over, but I would encourage everybody to check their email. They will find it, and it's in there. And there are specific things that they highlight that if you are choosing to convert, there's specific triggers that have to happen based on my quick gleaning of it.
Okay. So I think that answers your question.
And I received so many questions about it. I think it's important that the people know. The only other thing I like to hear from is, and I don't want to put him on the spot, is Mark Rivet's here. If Mark could talk to us about what he's seen and experienced. And Mark, I'm curious as to how they're getting access in your property and so forth, and what you're trying to do.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna reiterate it, I know it's getting pretty late here. I do own the right side of the river, if you're looking east, with a couple pieces of property there. I mean, we've
Can
seen
you get a little
everything-
closer to the mic, please?
We've seen everything from what Chief Roy said. We actually went down and cleaned up the garbage yesterday on our side, within reason, as much as going for the whole day. Literally picking up garbage bags, tied, just too lazy to bring them out. We picked up, my son went down and we grabbed, I think, 5 yesterday. They're getting access any way they can. We blocked off our parking lot, towed a few cars over the weekend. All of them were Massachusetts. Even as I was getting ready to leave the funeral home today. People were parking up, and again, you saw all the signs, were parking up in front of the flower shop. Now, it's just getting pushed away. That's going to be the story as far as the parking. I agree with the cop there. I came back from being away for the weekend to deal with it on Sunday. You know, the cop that was over there, there's 300 people. He's worrying about the, you know, parking. He can't be down at the bottom. I mean, there's the smell of pot coming up the hill. Tuesday night, one of my tenants, and I can't even believe the people in the block, what we call the block, 429, the music coming from there. And I thought this park was supposed to be closed at sunset.
Yeah.
And I know sunset, according to our phones, is like 10 past 8 or somewhere in that range now. You know, this was 8:30, 8:45. There's music that I can hear over at the barber shop where I'm parked, coming up from the hill. You know, people are still there. It's not getting cleared out at, you know, at sunset. And obviously it's not tucked away. Cars are parked in the parking lot and everything else. It is just out of control. And you know, you've closed the other parks. And I mean, this is on a website. I don't know if you guys realize it or not, but if you Google swimming holes near me, I did it the other night when I was sitting in Fridays in Manchester. It says Watson Park, and it says Wildcat Falls, temporarily closed. So it's on a website. So this is this is what we're dealing with, and you know, the trash, the attitudes, they're, man, you know, it's like, you know, it's my property. You're telling my tenants, as they're like going like, hey, you're not supposed to park here and everything. We actually had one of the cops come down. We found a sunglass case full of drug paraphernalia. There were 6 or 8 needles, spoon, whatever. Called the cops to come down and get it. It grills, as they say. You know, like I say, not to reiterate, but man, there's hundreds of people down there, and I don't get, you know, the social distancing ain't happening. You know, you see these boat parties or the sand bars everywhere else. It's the same thing. So even the half capacity, and to get into the cost of what it's costing the town, I don't care. Charge them. If that you know, you hit people in the pocketbook, they're going to go somewhere else. You know, I don't care if it's paper bag at the garbage to make them recycle or to go to the park. If we can charge them, charge them. You know, and like you say, a non-resident or something, you know, make it a difference, I guess, if do what you can. But you hit them in the pocketbook, they're going to hit the road. He didn't like the $200 towing charge, I'm sure, from Kenny Towing when that sucker got towed. And then tried to call the cops to have them come down and complain that I had it towed. So, you know, I sat off to the side. I didn't want any confrontation. I don't go down that hill, you know, because of the issue of the lady with a lobster boat, because that happened the day I was there. It really is. It's just out of control. They're rude. And like I say, to reiterate the whole thing, and I mean, I even went down Railroad Ave to see if they were parking down on Dave Coda's property and coming up through there. I haven't seen that yet, but that's a rough terrain to, I mean, I grew up there obviously and everything else. That is really rough terrain. It was even better when we were there actually, but when we were kids. But now, I mean, yeah, whatever. So they're not going that way, at least yet. But if you, well,
Now
yeah,
they
I mean,
know.
it is, I do have to say, it is a rough terrain. But if you close the park, you know, I'm not, you know, I know, but that water is the draw. And like they say, the fires and like you say, so that's about it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Nancy?
There is another option. We could close the park every weekend, Friday through Monday. I'm just saying,
Eileen?
it's a possibility.
I'm not, because it's water, we do not own the water. We can close our parking lot. I don't know how we keep people out of a wide open space like that when they're coming from across the street without having a whole barrage of police officers in front of there. And once they get down the hill, if they slide by and get down the hill, we have no jurisdiction over them unless they
understand
start
that.
fires or something. We have no jurisdiction to tell them they can't be there
So the
because
trick
we don't
is to
own
be
it.
able to somehow
That's
Catch 'em-
why I
catch 'em while
suggested
they're
the fence.
trespassing?
block it. I don't know, I don't wanna, we've all received emails about, during the week, it's not a problem. You know, you've got the girls playing the volleyball and, is it?
That I will disagree with.
Oh, okay.
If it's a nice day, if it's 90 degrees out these past few weeks, and I'm sure
Okay,
the litter
even
crew
during
could
the
tell
week.
you, if it's 90, it's full.
Okay. Okay,
And,
more
and
than
same,
just-
same with that, and I kind of didn't touch on the fence thing. You know, you've got a fence that blocks off the old chicken factory
Right.
foundation.
Right.
You know, like you say, they don't have the right to go to the water, and like, even if they cross my property, like you say, once they touch the water, you can't touch them.
Right. It's
And,
the
and
access
it's
to
the
the water.
water that's the draw.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll have to put up a fence to make them scale a 6-foot
And
fence
then
to, but
people
why do
will
I
say,
have
well,
to?
they'll go over the fence. It's gonna slow people down.
Yeah, they won't go over a 6-foot fence or whatever you guys have on that black fence that's that
And I think, you
foundation
know,
side.
and there's been a couple of comments, and again, we've received it on email as well, as, well, you know, you close Wildcat, okay, that's what caused them to go there. Okay, some of them. What are you gonna close, every park? The only reason we're having problems is because the water's the draw. Horse
But a
Hill,
lot of the places in Massachusetts and other
I
places, the
understand,
pools,
but
and
we'd
the
have no
community
reason to
pools.
close Horse Hill, because there's no water there that's gonna draw the population.
Correct.
There's not, so I think one of the things, like you had talked about, let's clarify some things. That's one of the things that needs to be clarified.
Right.
Because even if we did close Watson, where else are they gonna go? There's no other water, focus on the other parks.
Right,
Except Wasserman.
right.
And we already have, well, we'd have to reinforce that. But,
Right.
but the point is, that's already established. It's not as if.
Right.
But, you know, I think just in terms of the public.
But just
needs
in
to
the general
understand that.
area, all the pools, you know, community
That's
pools
right,
are
everything's
closed and everything. I
closed.
mean,
You're
you
absolutely
know,
right.
like you say, it's not just our town
You're
that
right.
we're dealing with,
And
but
it's all the other
it's
towns
community.
too.
So.
Peter?
I know we floated the idea of a fence and the cost of it,
Well, is
which
that-
really bothers me. But I attribute this to the pandemic, and Mark just spelled it out. All the places have closed their water access, and so because of the pandemic, and so now people have flowed here. So can we use some of the grant money, that pandemic money, to put this fence up? Because at least let's offset it. If we have to do this, you know, I've got the chief of police telling me that it's mayhem, and, you know, there's so many, that concerns me, you know, it concerns me liability-wise and everything else.
May I? Now, remember, when I brought this up a month ago about the fence, we were able to get the fence for nothing. Is that still true, Paul? Yes. And I remember mentioning it then, right? Remember, Paul?
Yeah, we could get the fencing, we could get a local contractor had some fencing that he was willing to donate to us. I do not know if he still has that fencing available.
Because that was
I-
mentioned at that time.
But there was also differing lengths. I think it was like a 4-foot fence or a 5-foot fence, and there was some 6-foot. So it was differing heights on the fence. So, but I
mean,
don't
that
know
would-
if it's still
The point is, it
available.
would help if it was still available.
So the,
And I don't like the idea either. I think it's terrible. But what are the alternatives we have?
so what fencing are we talking about for 25,000? Are we talking about 6 foot of black fence?
We're
like what's
talking
there,
about
or-
continuing the fence that's out there right now, all the way around the area, all the way down the length of the
To the-
river, and then by the,
Over to the bridge that crosses over
Yeah.
Longa property?
by Longa property where we have that fence, we would continue the fence there, so we'd make an L It would be a black nylon 6-foot fence that's continuing what we have down there,
Permanent.
permanent.
I don't like the idea of the fence. I don't have a solution, but I really don't like the idea of the fence. I mean, I don't think that's what Watson had in mind when they wanted to put the park there. You know, you've talked many times about being able to try and beautify that whole area. If we put a fence there, you can just write that idea off. Barbara?
Yeah, I don't think Watson thought that we were going to have half the state of Massachusetts sitting down in the river.
Well, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I
No,
understand
okay, a
what you mean.
quarter.
Hundreds of people shooting up whatever they're shooting up.
But it's not half the state of Massachusetts. Anyway, go ahead. I get it.
Feels
I don't
like it
think
when
you're
they're
wrong.
all crossing the street and coming at you. And so, I mean, I can't even imagine if we had had a major issue right then that needed police intervention and we only had one officer there, it would have been really bad because, you know, you just don't know what these people are bringing in. But whatever fence you put up, if you do put it up, it's got to be high enough that it makes it difficult to drag that cooler and 20-pound propane tank over. So think about all the stuff that they're bringing in and make it tall enough that it won't be easy.
Peter?
One of the problems the hurdles we've had here is the Sauhegan River Water Authority. And, you know, we decided to close this park, and we've heard, well, if they make it to the water, we can't do anything. I know we've spoken to them before, but if we got an official document from them asking us, like we do, we get, the police department over the years has gotten letters from companies saying, we'd ask you to help enforce criminal trespassers on our property if they're seen, and so forth. If we got something from the Sauhegan River Water Authority asking us for assistance to address these issues, maybe then we would have some authority to take action if we had to.
Eileen?
So, again, I'm not sure what the interrelationship is between the whole, you know, water aspect that we were talking about and the Parks and Recreation Division guy that I was talking to. But he said this is going on all over the state. The same exact thing is going on all over the state. He gets 4 or 5 calls a day, he said, from different places. And he told me that there's nothing that you can do, is what he said to me.
This isn't the Sauhegan River Water Authority.
No, but this is the state
No,
of New
but I don't
Hampshire
think
who
they have any
owns the
particular
water.
authority. They just
The
are a
state of New
management.
Hampshire
They're
owns
just
the
a management
water.
firm, group, I think, but I don't think they have any authority over the water. I mean, but they might. We could certainly ask them. So, do we have a recommendation at this point to go forward? Mr. LaFawn, this is not a public meeting. Mr. Rivet's directly involved with it because it's abutting his property and damaging his property as well. I will let you make a comment, but I'm not going to go into a big discussion. If you want to, if you'd like to come make a quick comment to the council, go ahead.
Charles LaFont, 7 Linden Way. Sorry. Mask got caught up in my glasses.
Those dreaded masks.
There we go. What my recommendation is basically to review the current laws with respect to carrying stuff like that down into the waterways or along the ocean. I'd be willing to bet right now there's a lot of laws that prohibit what is going on right now at Watson Park. And I don't understand why we allow it. Why you allow people to bring coolers and pop-ups and chairs and even our own picnic tables down at the bottom. I would be putting cameras up there, and I would be arresting a lot more people for that. That's criminal behavior. And to go down there and be drinking and to be shooting up, that's not right. I don't think that's allowed anywhere in the United States almost, except I can only see it as an oversight in that we need ordinances to be put into place that say this type of behavior is not allowed. And I believe even if it's in the middle of the river, you can state that. And I'd be willing to bet the Sauhegan River Authority would go 100% with you with regard to the plastic debris that they're throwing in there, the diapers, the E. coli. Anyways, thank you. No big
Thank you.
discussion, but I think that's an alternative to closing a park.
Thanks, I appreciate your input.
Just one thing about the Sauhegan River Advisory. So I don't really know that much about them. I know that they're a group that is, what they do here in Merrimack is they do the testing for the E. coli at the various waterfronts. So when the E. coli was really high, big surprise, they put up signs. There's certain signs that they put up. And we got a really irate email from one of them, the chairman, I believe, that said, you better, either you take those signs down because they're too big for the E. coli, or we'll stop doing the testing. And I'll forward that email to you. So
I saw it.
that's the kind of attitude that we're getting about signs. They said if people are too stupid to not be able to read a sign, they didn't want the signs any bigger. And if they so we had to take them down immediately and put their smaller signs up.
Peter?
A question, maybe to the chief. We heard Mr. Rivet say they're in the park after dark. I've had some emails of people saying that folks are out in the park after dark, and I'm curious about how the police is responding to those issues.
We haven't, if we've received a report, we've gone down there right away, and we, to my knowledge, and I just asked the captain and he believes it's the same thing, we have not located anyone down there. I do know that there were, because when we walked down, I don't even know what day today is, a couple days ago, you could see where someone had a fire, but the officers haven't seen it. They've been doing directed patrols down there. They've been getting out of the cars, going down to the water as much as they can. But we haven't located anybody. And I know they're there. We all know that they're there, but apparently, I don't know, they're cloaked.
They've
We
got
can't find them.
lookouts so they can douse it right away.
Yeah, well, we have, like I said, we haven't seen any fires, and none have been reported that someone has seen them. Obviously, if they were, we would go down right away. So if people call, we'll definitely go, and they do direct patrols, but we haven't been able to locate anybody.
Can,
Just one more follow-up, Tom.
go ahead.
So if we close the park, and this is to Eileen or the chief, whoever, if we voted to close the park, I guess my question is to you, Eileen, is how would you go about enforcing it? What would we do? What would the town do when?
We kind of haven't gotten to that part yet because it was just put on the agenda. It was just put on the agenda kind of at the last minute. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I'm sorry I don't have a solution for you. I actually don't know what the answer is to, I mean, we could do our best by putting up barriers of some kind along the, along the DW highway area.
If it helps, we've had discussions about this, and I'm sorry you and I have not. But just because we've been tossing around, especially after we saw it on the agenda, what would it look like if we actually did close it? And the captain and I both agree that we'd obviously have to have a larger police presence there, along with the barricades and signage. It's a large area. People can walk in. I mean, you just can walk from the bridge down. So that's why a larger presence with more officers spread out. It's easy to see. It's easy to put a spotter up on the bridge to see if people are down there. When I drive by every day, I probably shouldn't, but I'm always like peeking my head over to look to see, and there's always a lot of people, but it's easy to see them. So I just think with multiple officers, barricades directly across the parking lot, it would take a few weeks probably to do. Just like Wildcat Falls now we really don't have very many people, very few. So I think it would be along the same lines once people saw the barricades up and the signage up. But you're always going to have people who don't want to follow the rules, and we'll just have to deal with that. But that's all.
I guess then follow-up to that, the only other thing I could think of is, and the chief's kind of hit all the points, if we, because I've been thinking how would we do this too. The only other thing I can think too is you'd have to stretch across from the Chamberlain Bridge all the way over to Attorney Gomont's office, is possibly that temporary construction site chain link fence and the signage across that fence, and do like we did at Wildcat Falls. And I would think have an officer or two stationed on a detail there for a period of time.
Needs to be more.
So, but that construction type fencing across for that period of time, if we did it.
Finley?
Thank you, Tom. What I think I'd like to see happen, I'm not interested in closing the park. I'm not interested in putting a fence up. I think what I would like is to remove all the picnic tables, anything that can be taken away and moved and tampered with. Any destruction to the park, I'd like it dealt with severely and swiftly by our police department. Down on the river, I'm at this point not caring about that. It's a mess. There's slobs. I want to keep our park clean, so I would like our public works detail, whenever they have their opportunities to deal with it, deal with it. But I see no easy solution. I just see a lot of people that have just disgust me, and I've been listening, and I'm so annoyed with it that's where I am. I don't want to become a long-haul problem for the high school kids and all those things. So I would like to leave it open, just get everything out of there that can be moved or tampered with or ruined, and that's where I am.
So I didn't hear you clearly. You're saying remove the picnic tables from the park?
Yes, take all those things out of there. And, it's a shame that our residents, wouldn't have the use of them, but I'm not in favor of closing the park. I'm not in favor of putting a fence up. And so right now, I think we just have to ride the rough seas of cleaning it up and dealing with it from that angle. And then they're slobs. They're just slobs. And so I don't, down on the river, whatever happens down there, it's unfortunate. We can't seem to deal with it. Any destruction to the park itself, I just truly want it severely dealt with. I'm encouraging our businesses that are impacted by these idiots, I'm encouraging them to get signage, get their legal counsel to tell them what kind of signage, and so that they can tow a car, have an agreement with a tow company, make it a profitable event for you to tow them. When you see them walking down to the park, have the car towed right out of there. And so, that will stop it. That'll stop the parking. It's a headache for the businesses. They have to go through that effort, but I don't know any other fix for it. I'm at a loss.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'm at a loss too. So, I think we have to keep up with the attendance that we have down there, whether it's police or DPW or whoever, to try and control the parking. Do something to try and help out with people that are parking illegally or in private spaces, encouraging those businesses to take care of themselves as best they can. I'm not prepared to vote to put in a fence at this point. I think it's too fast of a decision. We need to hear more from different organizations and people before I would vote to support a $25,000 fence that would forever alter the appearance and terrain of Watson Park. But I'm just one vote, so that's all I can offer at the moment.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Bill?
Is it okay for me to interject?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. I think if we go back to what the Watsons wanted to do for their park, I think the focus was specifically on the park and not the river. They wanted a location for people to congregate and recreate, and that's, I think people probably would agree that's consistent with what the Watson's vision is. Now, I share the opinion that if you build events, we're protecting our interests, we're protecting our park, we're making sure that we're maintaining and promoting the public safety of the people that use the park, as opposed to them venturing off into the Souhegan River. Now, the Souhegan River Local Advisory Group is basically a watershed management group, and they really focus on outflows, development issues. I mean, that's generally what their jurisdiction is. What I haven't heard, and I don't know if outreach has been made, but Fish and Game has jurisdiction over a lot of our marine resources here in New Hampshire. I would surmise that they have some jurisdiction on the Souhegan River. The question would then become, what presence would they bring if they were actually to go down into where the sandbar is located and actually have a presence? What type of laws are at their fingertips that they would be able to enforce that if the problem already exists, but if they see things that are citationable under their particular jurisdiction, then it kind of would make sense to kind of loop them into the situation and say, hey, we've got this particular situation going down here in Merrimack. Is it possible to delegate, or not delegate, but, assign an officer, a fish and game warden to add this particular area to their patrol so that they could, assist some of the efforts that we're doing here in Merrimack. I don't think, I mean, we're very close to being the end of the summer season, and I think the plan that Eileen and the chief have put into place regarding how we've chosen to manage the park, I think is appropriate. I hate to say this, I think we need to ride it out, and I think we need to be continually vigilant over the next couple of weeks to make sure we're staying top of those efforts, despite on, how unsightly sometimes the park will look. I think if we're able to maintain the upkeep as best as possible, I think we can get through this season, and then have the opportunity to maybe regroup and think about it as we get into the end of the year. But circling back, I'd be curious to know whether or not Fish and Game has jurisdiction on the Souhegan River, and whether or not that's an appropriate department that maybe Eileen can be outreaching to assist us. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Bill. Eileen?
I have a lot of experience with Fish and Game, having worked in a city on the lakes. And they don't even take care of the lakes that,
The
big
recreational
lakes. They don't take care of the 3 lakes. The fire departments have to get their own boats to rescue people and to do all those kinds of things. And they're not going to come down to Merrimack, New Hampshire, when they aren't even taking care of their own lakes. And I know I sound like a naysayer and all these kinds of things, but there are practical truths to what I'm saying about this particular thing.
Okay. Barbara, you had something, and then we'll go to Captain Tarleton.
Are there any regulations that say we can't send boulders down there and take up some space on the beach? Maybe not so much the sandbar, but, all along our side of where the river is? Once we got the picnic table out of there. Because if we take up some space down there won't be so many room for so many people.
I can talk.
They go out on the sandbar.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but
I can talk to
they'd have to
Kyle.
navigate the rocks too.
Yeah, they don't have a problem with that, right? Mark?
Boulders, I mean boulders like the
Yeah.
size out by
Oh,
the
yeah.
parking lot.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if those are considered temporary, where it wouldn't be considered an alteration of terrain and waterfront, you know what I mean? I know
That's a good
it's
point.
awful,
That's a real
but,
good point.
right, Mark?
You need to
Yeah.
modify an acre of land to get alteration of terrain requirement, but. We're not getting them back out.
I was just gonna comment
Paul?
on Barbara's part. The terrain on our side is not conducive, except for that one little area that we showed you where the two fires were in the picnic table. That's the only area really where you can sit. Everywhere else on our side, it is rooty, rocky. It's not a comfortable, throw your picnic table kind of, not your picnic blanket out. They're going down and moving across to the sandbar from our side. They're not camping so much on our side, except. Whatever that area is over here. Yeah, where the picnic table was, that's the only,
See, there wasn't a problem years ago, because all that sand, that was not there.
From the dam.
When I grew up, we had a tree swing. It was deep. And the problem is, when they took the dam out, all that silt from behind that dam, that 90-degree angle of the dam and up to whatever, behind Prime or Rite Aid or whatever you want to call it up there, all that sand has made an angle with the river. So it filled in, and it's full all the way to the trestle now. And it moves around. When it floods, and we get our heavy rains, and it floods in behind my place and whatever it does, that moves all the time. Sometimes it's connected to your side, and then other times it's connected to mine. Right now it's connected to mine. But that moves, and I'll say until it goes to the ocean in 1,000 years, that's why it's so attractive now. You can wade across at your knees. And they've got the beach and everything else. That's why. Years ago, you get a few people down there once in a while, but it was deep. It was 20 feet deep. So that's the attraction to it today.
Okay, thanks. Captain Tarleton?
I'll make it quick because I know it's getting late. Just kind of piggybacking on what Eileen said and going back to the fish and game thing, I'm somewhat familiar with those guys. They do a great job, but the guy that works this area, it's just one guy. And he's asked to cover a huge area. And although he might have jurisdiction over what's going on the island, we would literally have to have him here all weekend long, every weekend, in order to address the issues until maybe we got the point across that whatever they're doing out there should be doing, it gets addressed. It's extremely highly unlikely that we would have a fish and game officer at our disposal like that. It's not, unfortunately, it's not gonna happen. So I just wanna make sure everybody understands. I don't wanna speak for them. I'm sure Councilor Albert could chime in on this as well. He knows, spread very thin. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Finley?
Thanks, Tom. Where we are right now, it's kind of like a work session. We probably should have, somebody else or us digging into this at a separate meeting. I don't know if it requires a motion to move the picnic tables. If it does, that's what I want to do. As far as what goes on the river, again, if we can't enforce anything, then our residents, we don't encourage people to go down there. So if people are going down there, they're doing that on their own volition. But I can't see a resolution to this and something that we could affirmatively do to make it happen. I would rather just make it so they can't take things of ours and bring them down to the river, rip them out of the ground and the stakes out of the ground to do it. And so that's where I am. I'd like to, in order to get this off a dime, if you need a motion to move those tables, I'll do it. If consensus works, I'd like to begin that consensus.
Just 1 minute, Finley. Peter?
I guess if we're not gonna, and not gonna close the park and stuff, and I'm hesitant to do that, but I think that we have to, in light of what we've heard tonight, one, we need DPW presence down there by the parking lot. We need a police presence. And I'm hesitant to leave, in light of what I've seen, the amount of people, one police officer walking around alone. I think that we need to have at least 2 officers working together there. I think that you need, while those officers are doing their foot patrols around that park, I think you need your 2 DPW workers there. So, to me, our community has a problem. And anytime we've had a problem over the years, whether it's been natural disaster or whatever, we've had to bring forward certain fund expenditures for, to address the problem. And the target problem here is this park and the people's conduct within it. So to me personally, I'd like to authorize the town manager and, to authorize for 2 police officers there, on the weekends especially, and 2 DPW workers, at least to have a stronger presence. And one, at this point, I don't like the idea of one officer walking around, and he or she might have to go down. Let's not kid ourselves. We can't divest ourselves of what's happening in the river. We can't enforce that somebody takes a tent out there. But if they're drinking, if they're using drugs, if there's any type of criminal law being violated, we have to deal with it. And I would prefer not to see an officer run down into that river alone. Not that they wouldn't be calling for help, but while they're there. So to me, if we're not gonna be able to do that, then let's do some of the recommendations. Finley said, let's pull some of these things out of there. Let's have 2 officers and, 2 DPW workers. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure DPW workers is the right answer, except to say that we have 2 staff people down there. I understand the police officers, because they're uniformed and they're accredited and they're trained and all that stuff, but it's not necessarily DPW, it's some staff attendant, if you will, park attendant or whatever, I think that we're referring to. So where do we go? Do we need a motion or something to do something to that effect, or do we just, you've been kind of handling that stuff in the past with.
Well, yeah, that is my jurisdiction. What we, again, I know I sound like a naysayer, but we are having a hard time getting people to the 3 locations. There are 2 people down at Wasserman Park. As soon as people move away from there, they'll be over at Wasserman Park. I insist that there be 2 people, and I make them, Matt, write me something about who they, how many people did you have on what days, at what times, during what shifts, by every Friday. And he has Matt Kasparius is having a really hard time with it. The police department's having a really hard time getting people to agree to do a detail. I don't know if you can order people to do a detail or not by union rules, but that's why we have started having DPW people. Matt Kasparius sometimes spends a whole Saturday down there. We've offered overtime to just about everybody who works for the town to go down there, to go to one location or another. And I guess one of the reasons, one is there's only so many days left in the summer, and 2 is, is it really worth it to you to go down to a park and get screamed at and, ignored all day long for $300 or whatever it is? So, I'm doing, it isn't, because we have 2 people down there. If we will get as many people as we can. Money has not been an object in terms of this, because I understand how important it is. So we go search under every rock to try and find somebody that will, will do the overtime on the weekends. We have people from the wastewater treatment plant, whatever we can find. I don't know if the police volunteers would have any interest in doing that, or if that's within their, okay. They're probably not qualified, or, whatever.
As police, they're not, right. They'd be qualified as attendants or something like that, but
Yeah, I guess I kind of missed that, what you just said.
what are you saying they're not qualified? Who's not qualified?
I just said, looked at the chief, and I said, how about the police volunteers? And I looked over at her, and she
Oh.
shook her head.
Okay, well, you didn't say that.
I did say that. I said,
You didn't
police
say you looked over and
volunteers.
saw her and she refused.
No, it's not that I refuse, it's just that it goes a little, it's a very dangerous situation that we're asking them to be put in, and that's not, that's out of their realm. And I would be very hesitant to ask them to do that. And Eileen hits the nail on the head. It's hard, number one, police officers on our side, I can just speak for us, they get one weekend every 6 weeks off, so it's hard to, say in the summertime, go spend your Saturday or Sunday down at the park. I will say this, you know what, I will, this weekend, if for some reason we cannot fill the 2 officers, I personally will do it myself, not for overtime, obviously. I will make sure, you may not want that because I'm not afraid to say
I would
things to
like it.
people, yeah. But I promise you that we will do everything we can, even if I have to stand there and do it and I can get yelled at. But it is, you know what, there's only so much a person can take, and people are rude, and Mr. Rivet hit the nail on the head. People are just rude, and they look at you and they don't care what you say. They don't care what you want them to do. They're going to do what they want. But I'm letting you know, especially this weekend. I never thought I'd pray for rain in the summer, but I'm wishing it would. Quick little story. There was one weekend down there, one night down there, it was packed. And as I was driving over the bridge, a crack of thunder came. And if you could have seen everybody run out of the water, I did giggle to myself because I was like, oh my gosh, if it only thundered every night, we wouldn't have this problem. But we will this weekend fill 2 people. Again, even if I have to do it myself. So, again, you don't want that.
I guess I'm hearing a lot of bad stuff that's going on, and I'm trying to. So I'm really.
You can go ahead and say it, Peter. I get it. I understand.
No, I hear a lot of bad stuff that's going on, and we need to have a law enforcement presence down there. I get it. I worked many years. You value your weekends, but I'm also hearing we have a problem. And I'm saying, as a one counselor, I'm willing to have a couple officers, definitely 2 officers down there, on overtime even, but.
They're all on overtime. It has nothing to do with overtime.
It's not overtime, but what I'm saying is, we got a problem. It was just brought before the council. And we can't get people to work with it, to do it, is what I just heard, whether it's, and so my issue is then, okay, then maybe we need to change schedules and work hours. Not that I wanted to do that to anybody, but if nobody wants to work it, then, you have, whatever organization you have people that work X amount of hours a week. And so if we need them here on this day, then maybe we move the bulk of the people to here on this day. I don't know if I'm explaining myself well, but I guess
I understand, Peter, and as the chief said, we will find a way. I'm just saying that it's hard. I'm not saying that we won't do it. I am just saying that it's difficult. So, and add to it union contracts with schedules and, all the different things that go with that. You're limited on what you can have people do. But what I'll say is, if I have to go down there with Denise myself, we would make a heck of a team.
I'll
I'm
tell you what
telling
Dan
ya.
Dwyer would say, but you probably don't want to hear
I'm
it.
telling you, me and Denise together, we would stop a lot of stuff. So,
Would. Finley, you had your hand up?
Yes, I do know. I've seen officers from other agencies come into our town to do overtime details. When we couldn't fill it, they were able to do that. So I don't know if that is something that's ever been looked into for something like this. I don't know if I'm big on paying overtime for 2 officers, but I'm willing to try it because we've tried everything else, I guess. So,
according, Finley, sorry, so Denise and Captain Tarleton are nodding their heads, so yes, we can. That's a very good idea.
yeah, but if our guys, I get it. Having weekends free is kind of thing, especially when it's infrequent. But so if they can to fill it, that would be a nice idea then.
That goes along with what I was thinking Dan Dwyer would say, call out the National Guard. Barbara?
Yeah, I was going to say, with all of the overtime and even if you were realigning schedules, we still have a town to run. We still have crime happening in our hotels. We still have issues happening out of the outlets. And, we're putting a lot of resources, or we would be pulling a lot of resources out of protecting the other areas in the town for a little postage stamp of a park. So I think we need to keep that kind of in the back of our heads as well.
So that goes along with the fact that I think we're trying to solve a problem in a hurry here. If it turns out that we can't solve it with the resources that we have, we end up closing it. And if we end up closing it, we have an excuse to why we close it, because we tried everything else we could possibly try. And so I think at this point, we have to go forward, making the best effort we can yet again or yet more. We've advertised it a little bit more. We've got more people paying attention to it. We've talked about it now for an hour and almost a half. And we're going to get more staff down there. We're going to try and get a handle on the situation. If that doesn't happen, the only thing we can do is close it until we can resolve it, and that might mean putting up a fence. And if it means putting up a fence, I think we'll find that out in the future. I don't think I'm not prepared to say that tonight because it's too permanent. But I don't know that there's other solutions. I've heard that there's not, so we'll do the best we can. Yes, Eileen?
The only thing I want to say is that I just think that this was an important discussion because I think that I've been getting various emails about how nice it is down there and there's no trash down there and there's no problems down there. There's a lot of problems, and I just hope that there are people watching this meeting that have heard from Mr. Rivet, who have heard from the police department, and have seen some of the pictures to know what's actually going on down there. So it's not, the discussion of it is not a knee-jerk reaction. It's a real, serious problem. So I just, I understand that people think that it maybe not shouldn't have gone on the agenda, but it is a big problem. And I wanted people to know, I wanted you to know, and I wanted you, to have a sense of it rather than to, hear anecdotally about what's going on or what you see down there at one time or another. It's a whole history, like the whole, what's going on the whole day is important for you to know. And it's obviously a very good topic for your retreat.
It is, and thank you for bringing it up. I think it was totally appropriate to put on the agenda as it was put on, because if closing was what we had to do, it was the only way we could do it, because if we didn't have it in there, if it was just a discussion about the situation, somebody would have fussed. You couldn't make that motion to close because we hadn't warned the public or something like that. So we warned them, they responded. People that don't want it closed told us why. There are teams, or there are people using the volleyball nets. There are people out there playing. I went by there this evening at 5:30, 5:45, after eating hot dogs for the second time today. And I was thrilled to see a large group of like somewhere between 10 and 20 kids running around playing in the middle of the park, which is exactly what I believe Mr. Watson envisioned. Groups of people being able to go out and play, and families and stuff, and they were all over the park. I couldn't see down into the river area. I knew there were people there because when I went there at 2 o'clock after my earlier hot dogs, I walked down there and met with some of the people that were there and saw groups swimming in the swimming hole and lounging on the beach and stuff like that. But so I fully agree that slope is treacherous. People were not going down because they couldn't get down easily, just like Chief Roy was saying, as far as being able to get down that bank is concerned. It is a problem, but I'm still really hesitant on the fence. So I appreciate the discussion. Hopefully, we have some guidance to go a little bit better forward. We'll continue to try and help out the businesses to understand how they can deal with parking issues and stuff like that. And the police will continue to respond and avoid or stop whatever illegal activity they can that's going on, including drinking and drugs and stuff like that. And we'll go forward from there. Is that sufficient for now? Okay. Finley, do you got something?
Just real quick, if I could, I don't, if it's too much of a nuisance, then don't worry about it. But if we could hear an update periodically about the weekends coverage and how that works.
Yes, every Friday I will send you we'll let you
Your
know.
mic's not on.
Every Friday, I get a list because DPW has until Friday to do their list or whatever. So overtime list, there's a protocol by the union contract on how to do overtime. So anyway, I usually get that by sometime on Fridays, telling me that there will be one police officer here, one DPW person there, 2 at Wasserman Park. But I always make sure, and everyone understands that those positions must be filled. And I expect to have a list of people
Okay,
by
and I
Friday.
was also interested in if we're bringing in overtime officers and all. I want to just.
It's
if,
all
if you had-
overtime, 100% overtime.
Right.
So he just wants a
okay,
report
I
afterwards.
expected that. We're just too busy elsewhere, but I'm wondering the encounters that they have and so on. That's what I'm interested in seeing.
Okay, yeah,
Some kind of an after-incident report
Yeah.
type thing.
that's a good idea.
Yep. All right, thank you very much.
Okay. That brings us to minutes, which we don't have available for tonight. Comments from the press? Comments from the public? If anybody from the public has any further comments they want to add? Seeing none. Comments from the council? We'll start with Bill or Bill, do you want to have anything you want to add?
I'm good to go, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, Finley?
I'm all set. Thank you, Tom.
Anybody else?
I'd like to make a motion.
So I just wanted to state, thanks. No, you can say something now.
I'm sure we're all thinking the same thing, but I want to wish Bill a very successful operation or procedure, procedure tomorrow, and we'll be thinking about him. Hope everything goes well and as is planned.
I agree, thank you. I just wanted to mention, several of you heard me make comments last night at the public hearing for the variance request for St. Cobain. Basically, after receiving input from Sarita and Eileen, which I think summarized the inputs that went in under Eileen's signature from the town, I added a section just to try and emphasize how much they were not meeting the 4 points of the variance requirements by law, and then read the whole thing through. And I think it went over very well. The discussion that I heard was obviously all anti-allowing the variance. Did you? I think I fell asleep at the end, but there were 170-something people mailed in comments or something like that, Catherine Beam was saying. I went ahead and mailed these in as well, just in case, just so they would have them. But if you want, or to see what I sent, if you didn't hear it, I have a copy here.
One of the things I might suggest to you is at the very end of the meeting, a employee of St. Gobain
Oh, did they?
spoke.
Okay. You have what, can you say what they spoke about or what they said, or?
Very concerned about their lack of safety protocol and wondered why they were so powerful that the state of New Hampshire would sue DuPont and
not St. Gobain.
and 3M, but they would not do anything at all about St. Gobain. And he was afraid, he expected that he would lose his job the next day.
Interesting. So they have 1 week to receive any final comments from people, because there were some people that couldn't speak at the meeting because they had technical difficulties. And so they wanted to allow an additional week for people to put in comments, which irritated some of our representatives because they think that now St. Gobain will just go rebut everything that was said. But if they can truly rebut it, then maybe they should receive the variance. So I'm not sure why you would be upset about that. But anyway, that piece is now passed, and they have 15 days after the end of the comment period to make their decision, which could then be appealed, but whatever. So that's all I wanted to add at this point. So now your motion is. So Nancy's made a motion to adjourn and seconded by Barbara. All those in favor, Finley?
Yes.
Finley, yes. Peter?
Yes.
Tom, yes. Bill?
Boyd, aye.
Nancy?
Yes.
And Barbara? Yes. Yes, that passes 6-0-0. Lonwood's left the meeting at about 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.